Dr. Joy?
Hello, Dr. Jagadev.
Dr. Joy?
Okay, yeah. Good morning from here.
Yeah, good afternoon from here. How are you, madam?
I am good.
Yeah. Good to see you here, madam.
Thank you very much. Same here.
Thank you. Dr. Law, Jan Law, madam?
Yes, how are you today?
Yeah, we are good, madam. How are you, madam?
Excellent. It looks like all the connections are working.
Yes. I suppose it's morning there, madam?
It's about 11:20, so not much longer morning.
Yeah.
Arthur, good to see you.
Yeah.
How are things in my crazy country?
Hey, Jan, let's talk about this. Let's talk about root crops right now. Good to see you, Jan.
Good to see you.
Dr. Malik? Dr. Malik?
Dr.
Hello,
Biju, how
sir.
are you today? Are you ready to go?
Good morning, sir.
No, Dr. Jan, fine, thank you.
Yes.
We are waiting for all to join.
Dr. Malik? Dr. Malik?
So before everybody gets on, I just have to show the appropriate mask.
Yes, madam. Yes, madam.
Appropriate mask.
We only have one week to go.
Madam, we are waiting for others to join. Dr. Malik? Dr. Malik? Dr. Malik?
Madhu? Madhu, there is no sound?
Yes, sir, there is sound. We can hear you properly.
Yeah, now I am hearing. It's a good
Yeah,
question.
yeah. Because we have kept most of the participants on mute.
Ah,
Because it's a huge meeting, no? Around 1,000 participants. We are expecting around 1,000.
Hello.
This is the
സൗണ്ട് കേൾക്കുന്നുണ്ട്.
Dr. Malik? Dr. Malik?
Yes.
Very good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good afternoon.
Thank you, sir. How are you, sir?
Good. Thanks. I can hear you clear, so it's good.
Thank you, sir. So thanks for being with us, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
So shortly we will start the session, sir. We are waiting for our chief guest to join.
Okay. Thanks.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. I think it's not.
अरे वो बहुत है सवेरे सवाल पानी कह रहे हमने बात कही ना 4 दिन पहले हमने भैया ने करवा दिया तो वो अपनी बीमारी मना लिए यार हमारे काम
I request all the participants to mute the audio, please.
हमारे भैया करा दो
I request all the participants to mute.
चलाने के ठीक है कोशिश करेंगे रामा से बताओ सचान से बात करी सचान कह रहे कि अरे ऐसा है वैसा है
I request all the participants to mute the audio, please.
आप खुद बात कर रहे हो सारे सचान वो आजकल
I request all the participants to mute the audio, please.
Take a minute.
Dr. Nedun Cherian? Dr. Nedun Cherian? Dr. Nedun Cherian?
More, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon.
Pleased to see you, sir.
Yeah, बढ़िया है, अच्छा है, very good.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
So, advance congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
That's very nice.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So waiting for guests.
Yes, sir. We are waiting for DDG, sir, to join.
Okay.
Dr. Vaiju, unmute. Dr. Vaiju.
Yes, yes.
Dr. Vaiju,
Yes, yes.
DDG will be joining in 2-3 minutes only.
Okay, BK Pandaji.
He reached to the cab 2 only. He is on the stair only. He will be reaching 2-3 minute time. So I have connected his computer.
Okay.
As soon as he is coming, he will join that.
Okay, Pandaji. Thank
Sure.
you.
Okay.
Thank you for informing, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
More, is it okay? Is it audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I am using my headphone now. It's okay, or other
Yes,
one
sir.
is better?
Very clear, sir. Very clear compared to yesterday. Very clear, sir.
That's okay. Then I'll
Thank you,
talk
sir.
through this earphone only. Okay.
Welcome, sir. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
This is for kind information of participants and their delegates. Shortly, we will start the session. We are waiting for our chief guest to join with us. Thank you for bearing with us. I request all the participants to mute the audio, please. I request all the participants to mute the audio, please. I request all the participants to mute the audio, please.
Dr. Ravi?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Thank you. I got delayed for a few minutes, but please go ahead.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yes, I'm here.
Welcome, sir. Dr.
Thank you so
Singh,
much.
welcome, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah. Before we start the session, let me.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah. Before we start the session, I request all the participants to mute their audio. Now we'll proceed towards the webinar. Good afternoon, all, and welcome to the webinar, international webinar on harnessing the potential of tropical tuber crops. Myself, Dr. Sanket More, I am the organizing secretary of today's webinar, and I'm working as a scientist in the Division of Crop Production at ICAR Central Tuber Crops Research Institute. It is one of the very unique institute under ICAR. It is one of the very unique institute under ICAR, which is solely dedicated to conduct R&D on tropical tuber crops. I would like to bring to all your notice that our human activities mediated climate change is creating global warming, and our global mean surface temperature is increased to be by average 1 to 2 degrees Celsius by the end of this century. Such vast increment in the temperature. Such vast increment in the temperature will have more negative impacts on the food security. In this context, the present webinar is organized by ICAR Central Tuber Crop Research Institute by looking at the role of tropical tuber crops in the changing climate. To have scientific deliberations, we have today with us 8 eminent scientists and frontiersmen of their respective field from 5 different countries, including India. Without further delay, may I now request Dr. Madhu to start the theme song, please. ICAR theme song, please.
जय जय कृषि परिषद भारत की सुखद प्रतीक हरित भारत की कृषि धन पशुधन मानव जीवन दुग्ध मत्स्य फल यंत्र सुवर्धन वैज्ञानिक विधि नव तकनीके पारिस्थितिकी का संरक्षण शस्य श्यामला छवि भारत की जय जय कृषि परिषद भारत की। हिम प्रदेश से सागर तट तक मरुधरती से पूर्वोत्तर तक हर पथ पर है मित्र कृषक की शिक्षा शोध प्रसार सकल तक आशा स्वावलंबित भारत की जय जय कृषि परिषद भारत की जय जय कृषि परिषद भारत की।
Thank you, sir. May I now request Dr. Baiju, convener and the principal scientist at ICAR Central Tuber Crops Research Institute, to give welcome address. Sir, please. Dr. Baiju?
Baiji sir, you're on mute.
Chief guest of today's international webinar, respected Deputy Director General, Horticultural Sciences, ICAR, Government of India, New Delhi, Dr. A.K. Singh sir, Dr. Vikramaditya Pandey, Assistant Director General, ICAR, Dr. V. Ravi, Director, CTCRI, Dr. Jan Low, who is today's lead speaker, other distinguished speakers, Dr. Jagannathan, co-convener, Dr. Sanket, organizing secretary, and all the participants for this international webinar. So we are organizing an international webinar on harnessing the potential of tropical tuber crops under changing climate that is being held today under the auspices of ICAR India by CTCRI, Thiruvananthapuram, Kerala. So we all know, most of us know that tropical tuber crops are subsistence staple in Africa, Asia, Latin America, and the Pacific Islands. and they are grown in an area of about 45 million hectares by 136 countries and producing about 450 million tons of tuber, out of which 60% is from Africa and 32% is from Asia. And this group of tropical tuber crops are third most important global source of carbohydrate after cereals and potato. And these crops have now recently of late an ever increasing role in satiating hunger as well as malnutrition, especially when human race is under an existential threat posed by climate change and COVID-19 pandemic situations. Hence, this international webinar assumes much importance as most of the crops are potentially resilient to climate change, especially drought and high temperature, and they are also capable of addressing the challenge of increasing poverty in the post-lockdown COVID-19 world. So we have here amidst us Dr. A.K. Singh, who is our Deputy Director General, ICAR, who actually oversees and leads the overall accelerated development of horticulture in national perspective. And he is heading 23 different national research institutions in India, besides a number of other responsibilities. So just for your information, Indian horticulture production last year was 320 million tons, which actually has surpassed the food grain production of 291 million tons. And contributions and leadership of our respected DDG in this marvelous achievement are remarkable. And hence we are very fortunate to have him as our chief guest today in spite of this very busy schedule. On behalf of all the participants of this webinar, I wholeheartedly welcome you, sir, for this webinar that we are conducting today. We also have the gracious presence of Dr. Vikramaditya Pandey, ADG ICAR. Actually, ADG Dr. Pandey Saab is the nodal point in our headquarters, whom we approach for anything related to our research programs and activities. And he has always been a kind-hearted gentleman who always lends his ears to our issues. I welcome you, Pandey Saab, also to this webinar. Now, Dr. Ravi, who is the director of CTCRI and chairman of this webinar, is also present here. So when I approached Dr. Ravi sir, who is our director, for enabling permission to organize this webinar, he was so positive that immediately he sent our proposal to our respected DDG for approval and got it obtained very fast. So I welcome you, sir, to this webinar. Now coming to our speakers, sir, we have 8 important eminent speakers from across the globe. So we have a very important guest as our lead speaker. We all know that Dr. Jan Low is the 2016 World Food Prize laureate for her work on biofortified orange-fleshed sweet potato, OFSP, to reduce hidden hunger and especially vitamin A deficiency, one of the most pernicious forms of undernourishment in the developing world. Now these orange-fleshed sweet potatoes are firmly into the menu of 14 countries in Africa and contributing to saving the eyesight and improving the nutrition of millions of children and food security of the entire family. So when I sent an email requesting Dr. Jan to give a lead talk, to my surprise, she immediately responded positively, which again shows her commitment to science and society. I am very thankful to Madam Jan and heartily welcome you to this function and look forward to listening to your speech. Now we have Dr. Arthur Willowden. Arthur Willowden is a professor from Sweet Potato Research Station, Louisiana State University, United States. His contributions to sweet potato physiology, root phenology, and development of decision support systems are worth mentioning. Just for the information of the participants, Louisiana State University is one of the pioneers in developing sweet potato varieties and still one of the world's most famous sweet potato variety by name Beauregard was developed by LSU way back in 1987, which is still a ruling variety, which is a rose-skinned orange-fleshed variety. So participants of this webinar are very fortunate to listen to his forthcoming talk, and on behalf of them, I welcome Professor Arthur to this webinar. Now we also have with us Dr. Imran Malik. Dr. Imran Malik is a cassava production system specialist from CIAT, its center in Lavo PDR, its capital VNTA. I welcome Dr. Imran to this webinar. Now we have another important speaker from National Root Crops Research Institute. National Root Crops Research Institute is in Nigeria, Africa, and it is one of the oldest institutions working on root crops research. And if I am correct, they are going to celebrate their 100th year of existence in the year 2022. And we have Dr. Joy Adiel, who is a systems agronomist and who has actually fine-tuned one of the famous models, QEPS, for African conditions. And later on, recently, she has developed a model, cassava NPK model, incorporating N, P, and K, all the three nutrient modules incorporated into cassava model, and which may be the first model of cassava incorporating N, P, and K. And she will be talking on that. And I also had the opportunity to be her external examiner for her PhD thesis at Wageningen University this year. And on behalf of all the participants, I welcome Dr. Joy to this webinar. Now we have a speaker from IIT and Nigeria, Dr. Ameli Asrat, who is a YAM breeder. I welcome Dr. Amel also to this webinar. In addition to these 5 international speakers, sir, we have 3 eminent speakers from CTCRI, Dr. C.A. Jayaprakash, who is an entomologist and who is popularly known as a biopesticides man, since he has developed 3 biopesticides, not only developed, and he made it very popular among the farming community. So I welcome you, Jayaprakash, sir, to this webinar. Then cassava and yam breeders across the world know very well Dr. M.N. Sheila, who is head of the crop protection division of CTCRI. And you may be surprised to know that about 20 varieties, Dr. Sheila is behind the development of about 20 varieties of tuber crops, among which CMD variety of cassava, mosaic disease-resistant variety of cassava, and anthocyanin-rich variety of yam are worth mentioning. And I welcome Dr. M.N. Sheila also to this webinar. Last but not least, we have a speaker, my friend and colleague, Dr. M.L. Jiva. Dr. Jiva is a plant pathologist by profession, and she has done a lot of tremendous work in integrated disease management, and she will be speaking to you about disease management strategies. I welcome Dr. Jiva. So besides these 8 speakers, we have participants. Actually, we have received registration for about 900 registrations were received from 22 different countries. I do not know how the situation right now, but about 300 participants have already registered from different countries. And I welcome each one of you and request your presence throughout the webinar. So with this, I conclude my welcome speech. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Baiju. Today's sessions are chaired by our respected director, Dr. Ravi. May I now request Dr. Ravi to give introductory remarks. Sir, please.
Good morning and good afternoon to all. Honorable Deputy Director General Dr. A.K. Singh sir and Assistant Deputy Director General Dr. Vikramaditya Pandey sir, Horticultural Science Division, Indian Council of Agricultural Research, New Delhi. Dr. John W. Lowe, World Food Prize Laureate and Principal Scientist, International Potato Center, Nairobi Center, Kenya. Dr. Amle Asrat, Yam Breeder, International Institute of Tropical Agriculture, Abuja Center, Nigeria. Dr. Al Imran Malik, Cassava Production Systems Specialist, Cassava Program, Asia Regional Office, International Center for Tropical Agriculture, SIAT, Vietnam Center, Laos. Dr. Joy G. Adile, Systems Agronomist, National Root Crops Research Institute, Abia, Nigeria. Dr. Arthur Villoran, Professor, Sweet Potato Research Station, College of Agriculture, Louisiana State University, Louisiana, USA. Dr. C.A. Jayaprakash, Principal Scientist and Head Division of Crop Protection, ICAR-CTCRI, India. Dr. M.L. Jiva, Principal Scientist, Division of Crop Protection, ICAR-CTCRI, Kerala, India. Organizers, Dr. G. Baiju, Dr. Sangat Mure, Dr. D. Jagannathan, all heads of divisions, scientists, and all participants from abroad and India. Today we are holding the webinar on harnessing the potential of tropical tuber crops under climate change. I was told that in total 933 persons have registered. Out of that, 63 are from 21 countries outside India and 870 are from India. According to Food and Agricultural Organization, the foremost function of global food system is to ensure food security to all the people at all time and have access to adequate quantity of quality and nutritious food that meets their dietary needs and food preferences for an active and healthy life. Obviously, according to Foley et al. 2011, not all crop production is utilized for food security. Globally, 62% of crop production is allocated to human food, 35% to animal feed, and 3% for bioenergy, seed, and other industrial purposes. However, feeding the burgeoning global population is a challenge to the scientists, policymakers, and governments. Although there are debates that indicate food insecurity is not because of food production, but because of policies related to food distribution, evidences suggest that climate change will significantly affect food production. According to the 2020 Global Hunger Index, worldwide hunger is at a moderate level. Nearly 690 million people are undernourished. 144 million children suffer from stunting, a sign of chronic undernutrition. 47 million children suffer from fasting, a sign of acute undernutrition. And in 2018, 5.3 million children died before their 5th birthdays, in many cases as a result of undernutrition. The Global Hunger Index in Africa, south of Sahara, decreased from 42.7 in 2000 to 27.8 in 2020, and South Asia from 38.2 in 2000 to 26 in 2020. Nevertheless, Africa south of the Sahara and South Asia have the highest hunger and undernutrition levels among world regions, with 2020 GHI scores of 27.8 and 26 respectively, both considered serious. India Global Hunger Index has decreased from 38.9 in 2000 to 27.2 in 2020, but still it is in the serious zone. India also has the world's highest prevalence of child wasting, reflecting acute undernutrition. India is divided into 15 broad agroclimate zones based on physiography and climate, and 20 agroecological zones based on 4 parameters such as physiographic features, soil characteristics, bioclimatic features, and the length of growing period. Tropical root and tuber crops are well adapted to wide agroclimatic conditions. Cassava and yam are tolerant to drought conditions. Yam, Amarpellus, Tani are tolerant to shade conditions. Sweet potato is tolerant to saline soil conditions. Taro is tolerant to waterlogged conditions. Nevertheless, they exhibit considerable yield reductions under these suboptimal conditions. Although root and tuber crops are considered tolerant to adverse climate conditions, a significant yield gap exists between potential yield achieved in experimental fields and average yield in farmers' fields. A recent research paper by Jan Boy et al. 2020 in Journal of Food Policy, based on 177 countries, data indicates in the nutrient adequate diets provide about 2/3 of dietary energy and also deliver 50% of supply for 11 of the 20 essential nutrients we consider, while the remaining nutrients are to be obtained from fruits, vegetables, and other resources. While vitamin A comes from both meat and vegetable sources, orange-fleshed sweet potatoes have a vital role in supplementing vitamin A. The total horticulture production in India has increased from 2011 million metric tons in 2007-2008 to 307 million metric tons in 2017-18. It's a matter of pride that India is the second largest producer of vegetables and fruits in the world. The country ranks first in production in banana, mango, lime, lemon, papaya, and okra. Production of vegetables and fruits has overtaken the production of food grains in India. Thanks to our Honorable DDG Sir, Horticultural Science, for his untiring efforts and dynamic leadership in achieving the goal of increasing horticultural produce in this country. So in this context, tropical root and tuber crops have great scope for supplementing affordable, nutritionally adequate diet. In India, 60% of cropland is under rain-fed conditions, while 80% landholders are marginal farmers. Tropical root and tuber crops are cultivated in 500,000 hectares in India. Nevertheless, these crops play a vital role in the livelihood of poor marginal farmers who are vulnerable to climate change. Our research on photosynthetic rates of root and tuber crops under field conditions indicate significant rise of more than 50% at 1000 ppm carbon dioxide concentrations, but at tropical temperature of about 30 °C day temperature. Although significant basic research have been conducted globally in sweet potato, the understanding of why some varieties of sweet potato do not produce tubers in some farmers' fields needs to be investigated. I hope this international webinar will improve our understanding and bring out significant recommendations for focusing and fine-tuning our research for sustaining tropical root and tuber crops production and fight the global hunger. I am extremely thankful to our Honorable DDG Dr. A.K. Singh sir and Dr. Vikramaditya Pandey, ADG sir, Horticulture Science Division, for giving their consent and kindly accepting our invitation for this webinar despite their very busy schedule. I thank all foreign and Indian speakers for kindly accepting our invitation and for sparing their valuable time for this webinar. I also thank all other participants who have registered in this webinar. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. For me, it's a great privilege to invite Dr. Vikramaditya Pandey, Assistant Director General of Horticultural Science Division, to give special remarks. Sir, please.
Thank you, gentlemen. Most respected DDG Dr. A.K. Singh ji, the chief guest of today's function. Dr. Ravi, Director of CTCRI Trivandrum, all heads of divisions at CTCRI, Dr. Baiju, my old colleague at Bhubaneswar. This webinar is a second in series. Earlier we had about around 2 months back or so, we had one webinar on breeding of sweet potatoes. See, the importance of tropical tuber crops, or to say tuber crops, I request the other participant to please switch off the mic because there is some sort of disturbance. Anyway, see, Director Dr. Ravi may be knowing, Dr. Baiju himself may be knowing, and many of our participants from Odisha, they may be knowing that the importance of tuber crops you can assess from the fact. Is it audible properly, Dr. Ravi? Is it audible properly?
Yes, sir, we can hear you properly.
Okay. So the importance of tropical tuber crops, especially, you can assess from the fact that at the Lord Jagannath temple in Puri, many of our tropical tuber crops, they find a place in the food preparations of Lord Jagannath. Whereas many of the most dominant vegetables in present day our diet, which are otherwise exotic, not indigenous, they do not find place in the diet of Lord Jagannath. And you know, there are 56 different types of preparations at the Jagannath Puri temple. So you can assess the importance, the socio-cultural importance of tuber crops. Because our forefathers, it appears to me that they were very intelligent and they wanted that these crops should be conserved and remembered for the sake of and for the welfare of the posterity. Just by adding these things in the diet of Lord himself. You know, this tuber crops, to my perception, besides many other things, they are safe. If you compare the tropical tuber crops and many other vegetables, you will find that from the food safety point of view, these are more safe to consume than many other vegetables. There are minimum cases of the pesticide residue in the tropical tuber crops. At the same time, they are most amenable to low input cultivation system. especially in the tribal belts, forest areas where most of our farmers are having very, very small land holding to sustain their life. But at the same time, tuber crops in terms of nutrient content, they are not less than any you can say any other this one vegetable crops. And you know, as you all know that we had two good varieties which are rich in this one nutrients, especially vitamin A content in sweet potato, and recently two varieties of this Diascorea. They had been released by the Honorable Prime Minister of India himself. You all know that is Bonilma and DA 340. And so you can assess the importance of the tuber crops. But at the same time, most of the tuber crops, I can say that they are also amenable to fluctuations of this one water availability in the soil, and with minimum care they can be cultivated. So they could be, and if these are integrated in the integrated cropping systems, they are amenable to be integrated with many of our horticultural and agricultural crops, be it oil palm, coconut, spices, or any other crop, any other orchard system. So these could be candidate crops in enhancing the income of the farmers, you know, because the government of India is rightly emphasizing on increase the income of farmers. But to achieve all these things, we need to have more productivity. And to increase the productivity, our research efforts are needed to be rightly oriented in the right direction. And I feel that this webinar could help in discussing various issues, how to this one take up the research programs, both with respect to genetic improvement as well as the production systems to enhance the productivity and overall profitability of the growers. So at this moment, I especially welcome from this one on the part of the subject matter division of ICAR headquarters, our distinguished speakers from abroad, Dr. Arthur, Dr. Adiel, Dr. Amil Ashrat, Dr. John W. Lau, Dr. Imran Malik, and my colleagues at the CTCRI, Dr. M. Sheila, Dr. Jay Prakash, and Dr. M.L. Jiva. I hope that we'll be able to discuss the issues concerning the tuber crop sector at length and come out with very significant recommendations so that these could be suitably integrated in the forthcoming EFC programs at least I wish that we'll be able to come out with at least 2 to 3, 4 or 3 very good recommendations which could be suitably integrated in the EFC programs for the betterment of the sector. I wish one and all a lot of thanks and my good wishes for the success of the seminar and very constructive decision to come forward. Thank you so much. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir, for enlightening us about the importance of tropical tuber crops. In spite of his busy schedule, today's webinar is graced by the presence of our Deputy Director General, Horticultural Science Division, Dr. A.K. Singh. May I now request Dr. A.K. Singh, sir, to give inaugural address. Sir, please.
Thank you so much, and good morning and to many of us, and good afternoon to all of us. I know some of the participants will be joining. Well, this will be morning time, I think. And thank you so much for coming over on this platform. We are on the same page. And before I proceed to speak, I'm so happy, so much delighted to see Dr. Jan Lau, that she's here and amongst us on the same page to deliberate on the potential of the tropical crops. the challenges that these set of crops are going to face. I'd like to congratulate you, ma'am, on screen today and directly to you, although belated, but we take pride in you and your name and your research work, ma'am. Thank you so much for your great contributions for the society and humanity and the earth. Great to see you here, ma'am, on the page. Thank you so much. And when we are gathered here to take part in this particular conference that Dr. Ravi has organized on the how to harness the potential of the tropical food crops under the changing climatic conditions. We are a country of the tropical conditions and subtropical conditions, and only a very small area is under temperate conditions, that is the Himalayan range. But most of the production is confined in the tropics and subtropics, and they constitute a huge chunk of the food grains and the vegetable crops and fruits also. So we are doing so well in terms of the vegetable crops, and the tuber crops is one of the very important component here, because I mean, we have been given, as per one estimate, that by the 2030, how much vegetables country should be able to produce. So by 2030, the estimate was that we must produce by something like 179 million tons. Today, 10 years before the deadline, we are producing much more than that, 191 million tons. Although, the credit goes to the researchers and your interaction and the benefit that has accrued to our system. And many such partnerships, global institutions, SIP, international institutions, universities in the United States, and so many other continents also, that has benefited us in terms of scaling our people. I mean, exposing our scientists for the newer technologies and coming back here after training and then combining the learnings here in the indigenous system, and then developing the technologies and connecting ourselves through technologies with the stakeholders, primarily the farmers. And now the Prime Minister says that by the turn of 2021, not very far, we have to double the income of the farmers. Now we have 140 million farmers, and more than roughly 40 million farmers are there engaged in those who eke out their livelihood from cultivation of the fruits, vegetables, ornamental plantation, and such kind of crops. These set of crops have been categorized in horticultural crops in India. So we are doing so well. Still, the challenge is that after producing so much, and in many commodities, we are producing much more than what we need for the country here. Still, a significantly large number of the population is here, those who are suffering from malnutrition. This is where we are trying to put focus on. We have released, actually, we have produced the enough substantial quantities of seeds of the biofortified material. And I think this is a platform that I must tell that more than 53 varieties have been released, which are biofortified and in India, and the adequate planting material has been produced, and through such materials, we have been able to reach the farmers, small farmers, marginal farmers initially, and now we are also getting in touch with the bigger farmers also, because we know that they are the rich farmers, they have access to the planting material and seed through ICT tools and telephones. But poor farmers, those who are located in distant areas, they are not able to. So we are trying to connect ourselves through such kind of materials to them, so that we can enable them contribute nation for boosting the production, and so that the cost of production is less and sustainability is there in the process of production. And this also gives an opportunity to do the value addition, and investment comes in and creates a huge amount of job in the production centers, near the consumption centers, all midway also. So when you are coming to the tuber crops, they are very potential crop, and I think in future they will be much more important to us than what they have been in the past, or than what they are today, because we are facing the heat of the climate change, and the inflictions of climate changes are very much visible in terms of the productivity. And therefore, unless we rely on the technology, unless we rely on the management options, newer management options, newer way of connecting ourselves with the farmers and producers and value adders, and have access and to the germplasm, which might be having the traits which we need in the newer varieties, newer materials, so that they can withstand the onslaught of stress conditions, maybe biotic or abiotic. And we are more concerned with the biotic stresses because the cost of production, because India is a country where the import of fungicides or agrochemicals is very high, and therefore the farmers has to rely to control in the event of invasion of pest or pathogen to use these chemicals, and local production is very low. So we are going to rely, we are in the process of developing, screening the germplasm resources so that we can convert these traits into the popular backgrounds and develop new material, and we can give it to farmers so that the application of chemicals is much low. Maybe we are in a developing country, but the concern for application of chemicals and general awareness, because in India the rising urban population, I mean, we are 1.3 billion population, and more than 50% population will be living in the cities by the turn of 2050. So requirement of such commodities will be very high, and they are very highly perishable in nature. So, I mean, we are, as I said, we are looking for the trait-specific material which can be deployed in a popular background in order to develop the newer materials which can go to the farmers. They require lesser amount of agrochemicals. We can, as part of the scientist, we can learn from your experiences, those who have better understanding, better insight on these crops on such a platform. You are here, we are really delighted. And I think your experiences, your success will be great learning for me, for us, and for everyone probably. And I think during the course of deliberations and presentations, many such points will come, which will be very beneficial for all of us. And I request Central Tuber Crop Research Institute, located in Trivandrum, the southernmost part of the country, that they will take the note down each and every points, and post-conference, we are going to deliberate on these issues, so that we are in the process of developing the research program for the next 5 years in India, in Indian Council of Agricultural Research. We can incorporate these issues at relevant places, so that these are the short duration crop. We can design our experiment in such a way with the use of newer technologies, modern tools, biotechnologies, ICT tools, and many other options are available today, so that in a shortest possible time, we are able to come up to the expectations of the government, to the society, and we can present a commodity with the matching products and technologies, which is acceptable to the society, which is ecologically sustainable, which is cost effective, and we can reach to the farmers in a manner which is never like before. I'd like to request to share your learning experiences, because we can't be insular today. We can't be foggy with the ideas, and we are looking for the innovative ways to do it. I think we'll have to come out of the shell. I mean, we can't afford to become insular or foggy in our opinion. Therefore, let us be open and adopt whatever is good for the crop and environment and consumers and human beings. It's going to be a great learning for us. With this, I don't want to take too much big time because it's already late. Once again, I welcome you for a conference which is being organized by our own institution, and hope it will be a great learning platform today, learning for all of us. And I wish you to have a great deliberations and great recommendations at the end. Thank you so much, and we'll take part in the deliberations. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. We are highly privileged and honored to have today's lead speaker, Dr. Jan Law, with us. May I now request Dr. Suja, Principal Scientist, to introduce Dr. Jan Law and to moderate the lead talk. Madam, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sanket. Very good morning and good afternoon, distinguished speakers, dignitaries, and participants from all over the world. Now, before we start the lead talk, I take pride to introduce Dr. Jan Wayland Law, World Food Prize Laureate and Principal Scientist, International Potato Center, Nairobi, Kenya, to this webinar. Dr. Jan Law is an effective leader of a multidisciplinary team of 80 international and national scientists with innovative approaches for the nutritional improvement of food systems. She holds PhD in agricultural economics from Cornell University which has helped her a great deal in designing gender-responsive value chains and policy briefs to government officials. Dr. John Lowe is presently the leader and project manager of the Sweet Potato Action for Security and Health in Africa project, shortly christened as SASHA, and leader of the Sweet Potato for Profit and Health Initiative, shortened as SPHI, since 2014. The two projects sought to improve the lives of 10 million African households in 16 sub-Saharan Africa countries by 2020 through the effective and diversified use of sweet potato. As of September 2019, 6.2 million households have been reached with improved sweet potato varieties. Ultimately, her R&D efforts were translated into policy briefs with the production of over 40 numbers of 2 to 4-page briefs highlighting key research and delivery findings generated by these two projects. Along with 2 sweet potato breeders and the director of Harvest Plus, Dr. John Lowe was awarded the World Food Prize in October 2016 for their work on biofortification, the enhancement of staple foods with key micronutrients. In May 2019, she also received an honorary doctorate from Ben Gurion University of the Negev. She is also the recipient of the CGIAR Outstanding Scientific Article Award. Proficient in comprehensive data management with quantitative and qualitative analytical skills, she has considerable linguistic skill and teaching experience in several languages. She has good number of publications in peer-reviewed high-impact journals. Friends, with this much introduction, I invite Dr. John Lowe to deliver her lead talk titled Building Healthier Food Systems with Nutritious, Resilient Orange-Fleshed Sweet Potato in Challenging Times. Of course, it has become more challenging due to COVID-19. Let's see how this wonder crop would perform. Madam Jan, your time starts now. You have 20 minutes for the talk and 10 minutes for the interaction. Please, madam.
Good afternoon, everybody. And really, I would like to thank Dr. Singh, Dr. Ravi, Dr. Biju, and Dr. Pandey, and of course, Dr. Shuja for the very kind introduction and this opportunity to be here today and have this exchange between continents and really get an opportunity to share with you my current thinking on building healthier food systems with nutritious, resilient orange flesh sweet potato in what I think we all agree are these challenging times. It doesn't want to advance my slides. Let's see. Here we go. So I do want to note that I am a lifetime member of the International Society of Root Crops in India, the Indian Society of Root Crops. And I had the great honor of being here at HPTTC in May of 2017 to deliver the Sri Vishkram Tirunal Endowment Lecture. And at that point, I gave a lot of information on the history of OFSP in sub-Saharan Africa. And I think everybody in this audience is probably aware that it's a wonderful source of vitamin A. Just 125 grams provides the daily needs of young children, and that we have a severe vitamin A deficiency problem in sub-Saharan Africa. But I also want to stress that it's an excellent source of many other micronutrients, vitamin C, vitamin K and E, many B vitamins, as well as several minerals. And we often overlook the fact that the leaves are an excellent source of lutein, which also prevents macular degeneration. And the high protein content of the leaves compared to many other dark leaves has made it a major dairy feed in many parts of East Africa. So today I want to focus on the progress that we've made since I gave that talk in 2017. And I know the focus of the workshop is harnessing and improving productivity to address climate change, which I want to touch on. But also I want to put it in a more inclusive thing in presenting our results, looking at the whole value chain, because if we don't address the marketing issues and the real change in behaviors that we need to see, we cannot build back a better, healthier, more inclusive food system as we emerge out of this pandemic. And so I'm going to I want to touch on a lot of the progress we've made in several areas that will enable our climate resistant orange flesh sweet potato to make more of a difference. And one, I'm so glad to see the increasing progress of sweet potato production in India, but I want to see it take its rightful role and exploit its potential for the Indian food system, because it really can help in addressing undernutrition, micronutrient malnutrition, and even help combat overnutrition if it's properly used. So like was mentioned by Dr. Suja, we really have spent a component of our work working on trying to deliver the orange flesh sweet potato and other improved varieties of sweet potato to make a difference and promote their diversified use. Here you can see the number of really strong partnerships that we had, both with donor organizations and with delivery organizations, such as the Catholic Relief Service and World Vision, in order to be able to have this joint initiative to reach 6.3 million households in 15 sub-Saharan African countries by December 2019. The foundation of this work is the adapted varieties to local environments. And I want to stress that because we started making a difference when we started breeding in Africa for Africa. We must have varieties that the producers and the consumers want to eat. And I think one of the exciting research studies that was completed during the past 5 years and is really changing the way we are doing breeding in our population development programs in Africa and Peru at the International Potato Center, and also how we're working with partners, is to have the findings that really proved we can exploit the idea of heterosis and apply those principles to get heterotic type increments in sweet potato breeding by establishing and separating two populations, that distinct gene pools in our population development areas, and really working on getting and identifying better parents when we cross those two populations, getting better parents that are producing better offspring, going and selecting the best elite parents, and really moving forward to improve the population separately and then combine them to get these heterotic increments. So you can see our little child sweet potato here is much bigger than the parents, and we are getting really significant increases in yield, particularly root yield, and depending on the quality trait, less of our genetic gain in our quality traits than we are seeing in yield, but we're really able to speed up the cycle of breeding, speed up the selection of parents, and we've tested this in 3 different populations for wide adaptation and earliness. We're working on developing a high iron orange flesh sweet potato, and also working on developing sweet potatoes that have lower sweetness after cooking. In Uganda, our focus has been very much on the major disease problem of sweet potato, which is sweet potato virus disease, a really tough thing to get out. And in Mozambique, and of course, very important for our work to combat climate change, the focus has been on drought tolerance. So this most difficult trait of really getting true virus resistance has been something that finally we're beginning to see progress on after my colleague and fellow Corps Laureate Robert Mwanga has worked on this for over 25 years. And really we've been able to finally see that using elite parents and elite families, here with virus scoring, 1 is indicating highly resistant, so we want to push those average scores down in our population. And we're seeing that now we have 41% of our elite progeny showing low scores below 3 after 2 seasons of testing in 3 different environments. So really, by adopting this hybrid breeding approach, we are seeing it's clearly a more complex strategy with lots more management issues involved, but we're really getting high gains in much shorter breeding cycles. And so the goal here is really to reduce the breeding cycle, to really be paying attention to what are the best parents that produce the best offspring, and being able to move forward with this kind of strategy and make a difference in breeding for virus resistance, which is really critical, particularly for our bimodal growing areas where virus pressure is year-round and quite high. So what have we been able to achieve with what we call our speed breeders community of practice? Because we're going for accelerated breeding, getting varieties out in 4 to 5 years instead of the traditional 8 to 10 years that was practiced 15 years ago. And with this kind of approach, with our population development programs from SIP, providing parents and seed and other germplasm so that the local, the NARS that we work with in 14 countries can use that material in their own breeding programs and combine them with their strong local varieties. We have been able to see, since 2009, the release of 162 varieties in 16 countries, with 104 of those being orange fleshed. But I'm most proud of the fact that 112 of those varieties have actually been bred by 12 national African programs. And we have a few varieties that are emerging that are really being adopted by multiple countries. And I should also note, since 2014, largely due to my colleague Maria Andrade, my fellow co-laureate based in Mozambique, who is known for her drought breeding, also has embarked on producing adaptive drought-tolerant purple flesh varieties, which are rich in anthocyanins. And it's been interesting to see people and really love the texture of these varieties because they're very much like cocoyam. And so we have found the acceptance of the purple flesh varieties, even though we haven't had real money to promote them, has been quite high in our on-farm trials. So drought tolerance among all these releases has been a major focus of the programs in Southern Africa in particular, and 27 of the varieties that have been released in Mozambique, 7 of the varieties released in Malawi, and 2 in South Africa have really been selected with drought tolerance in mind. Now, since, as I mentioned earlier, more recently, we've been focused on trying to get a doubly biofortified sweet potato, and that means having enhanced iron content as well as the high vitamin A content. And so Maria Andrade again has been leading this effort. And we had a variety really that had over twice as much raw iron content than many of the already released varieties. So we felt we could go ahead and learn about the bioavailability of that iron. We worked with ETH Zurich, which is a major Swiss human nutrition laboratory to conduct this trial in Malawi using Maria's materials. And we compared the iron enhanced clone MUSG 25052 that when the meal was cooked had 0.95 milligrams per 100 grams of iron, compared to a very popular released OFSP variety known as Irene. And this practice uses labeled iron isotopes and measures shifts in the presence of those isotopes in the blood. And, both this trial lasts for about a month. And we really felt that we had a good chance of getting high bioavailability because sweet potato in the bioaccessibility studies, which looks at the release of the micronutrient from the matrices into the body, that was quite positive. And then, sweet potato is known for its low phytate content. And we know phytate is an inhibitor of iron absorption. But unfortunately, now this is one of the challenges of research. These results are just about to be published in the Journal of Nutrition. It's been accepted that our fractional iron absorption or bioavailability was not as high as we like. However, it was, if we looked at it, it was in the 8% level when women were iron deficient. This study was conducted among women of reproductive age. And it was much lower when women were iron replete. That means they had about it was about 3.5 to 3.6% when they were iron replete. And from the analysis of polyphenol content, that is the likely culprit. Both of these varieties had very high polyphenol presence, but it was even higher in the biofortified OFSP. And therefore, we feel the polyphenols are probably, because they inhibit iron uptake, are making it more difficult to have good iron bioavailability. So we are just finding at this point in time, because of the lower than expected bioavailability, 100 grams of orange flesh sweet potato would meet just 4% of the women's absorbed iron need. So this means we will have to continue cycles of breeding, and perhaps if the global view of using transgenics changes, even use transgenics to enhance iron content in the future. So, but we are committed to keep on looking and using and breeding for higher iron in orange flesh sweet potato, but to get the impact we want, people are going to have to be consuming much more than 100 grams. We've also done qualitative work to start to try and understand which varieties, what are the what we call winner varieties that are taking off in our context. And I just want to highlight 3 here. Irene, that actually was used in the bioavailability study, is really being picked up by many countries because of its drought tolerance, excellent leaf taste. And so now it's been released also in Ivory Coast, Madagascar, and it's in the process of being released in Kenya, Somalia, and the United Arab Emirates, where they're growing it really in the desert. So one of the things I want to point out across all these varieties that have proved to be so popular in their location is the importance of being able for a variety to fit into our challenging seed systems in Africa. They must have planting material that is easy to establish. For the vine multipliers to use them in their business orientation, they must have a fast vine multiplication rate. And another thing in our drought-prone areas is the roots, if they're just left in the ground, the traditional system, they must be able to sprout after a dry season and provide planting material. So you can see this makes our breeding process much more complex for drought, because we have to really pay attention and start to measure and the seed system, because this is what's making the varieties take off and spread. If they're really easy to maintain under very difficult rain-fed conditions that I think a lot of us face in East and Southern Africa and parts of West Africa, and of course you face in many parts of India. So the next point I want to just emphasize time and time again is that genetic gains from breeding, really, we can do all this work, but they're meaningless if we do not reach farmers' fields. And to me, this is our holy grail, to establish demand-led, cost-effective seed systems for the dissemination of new varieties and high-quality planting material. This is a schematic, really, of our sweet potato seed system. And we've worked on many components of the seed system to do a better job and try and learn how are we really going to scale out varietal dissemination in the most cost-effective manner possible. And we recognize, or that it's very difficult to get the private sector on board because it's so easy for farmers to keep their and recycle their planting material, or if they lose some material, just get it from their neighbors, which is the traditional practice. So really, we have to convince people that using quality seed makes a difference to their yields. And of course, this is why we have to have that marketing component. We have seen if there is demand for a particular variety, willingness to pay and willingness to go out and look for that key variety is enhanced if there is a demand in the market for that variety. So we have really looked and working close with our national partners, because they are responsible in most cases, the NARIs, for the production of pre-basic or early generation seed, which is what we call, through the use of the breeder seed, tissue culture, and the screenhouse multiplication of pathogen tested material. And we work with them to start treating this as a business and setting up rotation funds, so they aren't so project dependent. So when a project ends, they have the links to the multipliers out in the field, and they start to do some advertisements so people get their orders in earlier, and set up a fund so they can keep this going on their own. That was a big emphasis during our last 5 years. Sandponics, we've done research that has shown that fertigation in sand is superior both technically and economically to conventional multiplication. And there's a manual now available on that. And then on the other side, when we have worked really on working to train farmers to become what we call vine multipliers or decentralized vine multipliers, so we can have networks across an area of intervention. And we've learned that really these multipliers have to become what we call vine root enterprises. So if in 1 year the demand for vines goes down, either from institutional purchases or purchases from outside, they can convert those excess vines into their root production, and not, this is something that helps them get to overall sustainability of sweet potato as a business. We've developed and promoted the use of net tunnels, but we found economically, they only pay to use them in high virus pressure areas. In low virus pressure areas, they really don't pay, and you're better off just to renew your pre-basic material, every 3 years from your national program than investing in the net tunnels. We've done a lot with certain governments on developing quality declared protocols and strategies and validated these, but we found that governments really struggle to implement the so-called certification procedures under QDS for the vine multipliers, in part because this is something that I think there's just not enough investment in maintaining seed quality. And, a lot of governments feel, wow, the quality of the seed is good enough. So this is one of the areas that we really need to continue working on, because really this is, in my opinion, still the major bottleneck we face in getting these genetic gains from the breeding effort into farmers' fields. We have made really substantial progress in looking at SSS, which is a root-based method, storage that's very appropriate for smallholder farmers in drought-prone areas. And basically what they're doing is using roots as the source of seed, storing them in layers of sand in their home during the difficult months of the dry season, then planting them out in a nursery bed and watering them twice a week, about 6 to 8 weeks before the rain starts. And on average with this system, we're getting about 40 cuttings per root. And this really, we are working on a number of studies now in different countries to test different ways to try and disseminate this knowledge-based technology at scale, because this is just really knowledge. The cost of engaging in this system is quite low. And this use of sand evolved from the SSS method to become a method that we can use actually in these drought-prone areas to store more roots at home for consumption after harvest. And we call this the double S, storage in sand. And here people can either build a sandbox in their house, or they can make a covered pit outside, a step down pit. And we have found, depending on the variety, you can store fresh fruits up to 4 to 6 months. And of course, like always, this depends on the variety, how long you can store. But the true secret to success in using this method is you have to harvest carefully and only store undamaged, weevil-free roots to start. We continue to work on improving our nutrition education component because we fundamentally believe that we really need to keep tackling and help those most at risk of vitamin A deficiency, i.e. the children under 2 years of age and pregnant and lactating women. In Ethiopia right now, we have an action research project working very closely with Emory University School of Public Health and an NGO called People in Need, as well as the government institutions. And we really are perfecting our healthy living clubs, which is 8 monthly sessions with 30 households, really getting the men involved as well as the women in nutrition education. And at the end of each of these sessions, the couple decides, you can see what we call the goal charts, which of the 4 to 5 recommended practice they heard about during the sessions of the day that they will implement before the next session, and there's follow-up on this. So again, this method is proving more effective to really get true behavioral change to match the growing nutrition awareness. And linked to this is a study that we've been conducting to test whether this Healthy Baby Toolkit makes a difference to the amount of food that the children are getting, because young children in sub-Saharan Africa tend not to get the right quantities in the right frequency per day of the nutrients they need. So this feeding bowl and the slotted spoon, the feeding bowl gives indications of how much a young child should be fed at different ages, up to 24 months of age. And the spoon, the slots guarantee if your porridge falls through that spoon, it's not thick enough for the young child. So the slotted spoon helps guarantee the nutrient density. Excited because we can make this toolkit now, produce it in Nairobi at a plastics company for less than 30 cents. So now this method is being picked up and scaled in 5 other African countries. So looking at sustaining intensification, this is an area that is really a must for the future, as this whole conference is emphasizing. And, we know, that sweet potato can grow from sea level to 2,400 meters. We've put together evidence in a review paper looking at its water use efficiency compared to most grain crops. It does have higher energy output per day per hectare than grain crops, which makes it very appropriate for land constrained situations. And we've seen that because it's a C3 pathway crop, its yields are expected to increase with increasing CO2 levels. But it's quite clear that that increase will go into carbohydrate production, and we expect overall nutrient density to decrease. So we have to keep biofortification, breeding for our new micronutrient contents, really clear on our breeding agenda. And as was mentioned earlier, many farmers do appreciate that sweet potato can produce on marginal soils, but we can't keep extracting nutrients forever. Sweet potato, we have Arthur Verlorden here. He will tell you how extractive sweet potato is in his talk, I'm sure, because of its extensive root structure. And so I really want to mention, because he comes from India, the really amazing Dr. Ratan Lal, who was the 2020 World Food Prize laureate and is now based at Ohio State in the United States. And really his talks, you can look this up on the World Food Prize. His talks of 2 weeks ago were really quite amazing. He won it for mainstreaming a soil-centric approach to increasing food production that restores and conserves natural resources and mitigates climate change. And do go look and read about his work, because he argues that we aren't farming crops, we're farming soils, and we have a duty to maintain its health for generations to come. And he really has built the evidence base for showing that soils can sequester large amounts of carbon and make their contribution to climate change. So congratulations to India again for producing another World Food Prize laureate. So in sub-Saharan Africa, how do we address the yield gap in sweet potato and make production systems more sustainable? We see that 89% of the area under sweet potato is in 5 farming systems where 66% of the population resides. So we're based in these major areas of population. But on average, depending on the situation, under our rain-fed conditions, our farmers are producing 5 to 15 tons per hectare on average. But we know from South Africa that with fertilizer, irrigation, and good agronomic practice and good varieties, we can reach 60 to 80 tons per hectare. And so we've looked at this and reviewed this in a recent publication, looking at drought and all the aspects of production in a Frontiers in Sustainable Food Systems research article. But I think moving forward, we really, and this has been the hardest area to get funded, to be honest. You know, donors like to see rapid and fast responses to the funds they invest. And I think we have to do more on working on rotation and intercropping with cereals and legumes. And particularly, we found positive benefits with rotation with pigeon peas and cowpeas. Sweet potato often benefits from residual fertilizer use, particularly on maize in our systems. We have found in a study that really growing 2 rows of orange flesh sweet potato, then 1 row of maize and 2 rows OFSP, 1 row of maize, produces the best land equivalent ratios. And we're seeing increasing intercropping with perennials such as enset and coffee and cassava. We did a study under Sasha that in Uganda where we saw that both rice and sweet potato benefited in terms of yield, and the degree of benefit varied by variety because it can grow on residual moisture in inland valleys after a rice crop. And many of our irrigation systems don't have good enough water supplies for that second rice crop. But moreover, rotating rice and sweet potato also meant that there was increased vine supply for planting at the start of the rains. And the rice growers found that it was easy to prepare the rice field after sweet potato had been used in rotation than planting rice after rice. So again, just to wrap up here, I'm going to go back and really make this emphasis, how important it is to work on the marketing side. If we're going to drive the willingness of farmers to invest in inputs to increase sweet potato productivity. We expect by 2050 that 68% of the world's population will live in urban areas. And Africa is the fastest urbanizing continent. And we know from experience that our roots and tubers can face a challenge here because urban food consumers want foods that are convenient and affordable. We know that sweet potato roots and many roots and tubers are bulky. And we have the additional challenge that without curing, our roots only store really for 1 or 2 weeks after harvest. We do see lots of informal sweet potato sales roadside, either as fried or roasted roots. So we really have been investing a lot, and we need to continue investing in branding and demand creation campaigns that raise awareness of the importance of good nutrition and drive demand. We must change the image that still persists that sweet potato is a poor person's crop and make it a healthy food for all classes of people. To reach urban consumers, we've been particularly focused and have made great progress on our developing a shelf-storable orange flesh sweet potato puree, which is steamed and mashed roots. And again, this relates in part to the fact that our productivity levels are fairly low. If they were higher, maybe orange flesh sweet potato flour would make economic sense, but it doesn't. We found that OFSP puree is an economically viable partial wheat flour substitute, unlike flour, which doesn't pay. And moreover, the puree makes quality products. So we now have Power Biscuits in Rwanda that have been operating since the project ended, where we helped get this value chain started. The biscuits are still being made 6 years after the project ended. And in Nairobi and Mozambique, orange flesh sweet potato bread with 35% replacement of wheat flour is on the market. And we're really hoping that chapatis, where we can replace up to 50 to 60%, will be taking off soon, as there's a new initial effort starting in Kenya on that side as well. Donuts, juices are also all viable products. And of course, fried products have a very low barrier to entry in the informal sector, but there are trade-offs in promoting fried products as a healthy food. So finally, to end, I want to focus on what I consider to be, there are many areas where we need to do more research, but I really want to focus on these 6 areas where I think we need to prioritize. Clearly, breeding better and faster for future needs for specific agroecologies and consumer segments is at the core of what we do at SIP, and will need to continue everywhere, because you've got to get the varieties that meet the consumer needs as well as the production environment stresses. Using digital tools to link different stages of the seed system and seed supply to farmers and farmers to markets, and understanding the cost and efficiency gains, I think is a really exciting area that there is increasing investment in. Clearly, integrating sweet potato into diverse cropping systems and understanding the soil conditions, understanding better water and land use efficiency, and the contribution of root system architecture. I think Arthur will build more on this, but this is a really under-researched area for sweet potato. Continuing action research into gender transformative process product value chains, including focusing on how to trigger behavioral change, will be important. And one area, we made a lot of progress at the household level for storage, but really our research on solar powered and hybrid cold storage for roots, I think, is essential for
Madam, please take care of the time. Please take care of the time, madam.
Thank you. And finally, we want to conduct additional impact studies. Last slide coming up. I want to thank you for your attention. I hope I haven't gone too badly over. And I want to tell you about 2 global competitions for the best sweet potato scientific paper that is due the 15th of November, and it has to be a paper published between January and December. Please submit papers and go for the $500 prize. And again, in line, there is also a competition for a communication for change contest. And this is how are you getting things disseminated, and what techniques are being used, and what strategies have been used. And again, that's an additional prize that everybody is welcome to compete for. Please look at the Sweet Potato Knowledge Portal, where you'll find out the details of how to submit to these 2 contests, and more information on the varieties that are out there in the digital catalog of varieties available in SSA. So again, thank you very much for your attention. It's great to be with you today.
Okay, madam, now the topic is open for discussion. Please, we may have 2 or 3 quick queries, and we have also received a lot of queries in the chat box. Those can be addressed even later. We will be reaching you all through emails, and those will be also included in the proceedings. 1 or 2 quick questions.
I think after such a wonderful lecture, it doesn't leave any scope for any query or questions. Those who have, they can submit in the chat box. And
hello.
Please go ahead.
Sir, first of all, I am very thankful to Madam for the nice presentation and the sweet potato. I am a senior scientist and working in Krishi Vigyan Kendra KVK Farm Science Center, Nanded, Maharashtra. I want to know, I have one query, Madam, regarding what are the value-added products in the potato, that is sweet potato.
Yeah, the value-added products, if you look at the really lead country on value-added products for sweet potato, it's China, right? And basically, think about it. You can do just about anything with the sweet potato. In China, there's a $1 billion noodle industry. They extract the starch for noodles. We are using it for wheat flour substitution. You can't replace all of wheat flour because sweet potato doesn't have gluten. But in different baked products, you can go from 30 to 60% replacement with sweet potato puree. Fried products are really taking off in the US, South Africa. Again, the frying actually increases the bioaccessibility of the beta carotene in the system. And so fried products are a clear entry point that a lot of people go into in this informal sector. And then really, we have a couple of companies working on juice development. And we have found that 85% sweet potato combined with 15% of a fruit juice seems to be the combination most acceptable to consumers in Rwanda where we've tested these juices. So really the scope is really wide. In Africa, we find as a starch source, sweet potato is not economically competitive with cassava. Cassava beats us because it has a higher dry matter content, more starch, cheaper starch. But in terms of baked products, the sweet potato, particularly orange flesh, makes much higher quality baked products than just the pure wheat flour, and consumer acceptance is quite high.
Thank you.
Is there any scope of, I mean, this response has, that compels me to ask not a question, but inquiry. The inquiry is, hello, am I audible?
Please.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Can we promote the juice of sweet potato?
Yes, yes, and there's two methods, but really at the industrial level, it's called a cold press. You press out the juice out of the sweet potato, and then you have the grate left over, which actually you can use in baked products. So no part of it has to go to waste. Okay. At the local level, people basically heat it and mash it and put it through a sieve and use it as juice. But really at the industrial level, cold pressed sweet potato juice is quite delicious.
Thank you. Thanks.
Myself, Murugesan from CTCRI.
Yes.
Am I?
Go ahead, please.
It's not audible.
Sorry, I couldn't hear your question.
Yeah.
Maybe you could type it in the chat box.
See, in your triple S system, how to take care?
Sir, please type the question in chat box.
In the chat box, we'll take it later. Dr. Murugesan, we'll have it later.
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we are running short of time. Actually, there are 2 or 3 queries in the chat box, which we will consider later. And amongst that, one important one, which is pertaining to Madam's today's presentation, is what are the critical levels of moisture in the root, as well as the sand in the sandbox storage technique of orange flesh sweet potato.
Yeah,
moisture level.
In the triple S method, the sand must be cool, not hot when you use it, okay? And it should be a little coarse. You don't want the sand to be very fine because, you know, sweet potato is a breathing root. And so we found really that coarse, cool sand is the best. On the knowledge portal, we have a lot of extensive training materials on how to use triple S. So please look at the knowledge portal for more information about the triple S and the double S methods, because we really feel this is a breakthrough technology for drought-prone areas.
Okay, Madam. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam, for the very informative speech or the lead talk highlighting the progress that you have made in climate resilient orange flesh sweet potato, which can combat both undernutrition as well as micronutrition malnutrition. And not only that, you have highlighted the importance of doubly biofortified sweet potato, which is actually having higher vitamin A as well as iron content, and which will have greater bioavailability of iron. And not only that, finally you have also, yes, the crop intensification using this wonder crop or the superfood is also very much appreciating, which can be also adapted under the Indian condition. And finally, the storage technique for longer shelf life and the dissemination of the knowledge-based technology. The strategies for disseminating the technologies are all worthy to mention. Thank you very much once again for accepting our invitation and being here on the online platform. Thank you once again, madam.
Thank you.
Dr. Jan Law.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Mercy from Liberia, from the Central Agriculture Research Institute. I want to thank Dr. Jim Low for the nice presentation. Thank you so much for the level of work that you have done in Africa. I want to appeal to you that you should please extend your program to Liberia, to the Research Institute, so that we will benefit from the kind of work that you have done. Thank you.
I would love to, and you can always just write to us, and we can send varieties to your national program from our regional germplasm bank that we maintain together with Kenya CAFIS.
Thank you.
Over to Dr. Sanket for the remaining deliberations.
Thank you, Dr. Suja, for moderating the late talk. Dr. Jayanlaw, thank you for your interesting talk. I must say that you are the sweet potato magician, and you have reached 6.5 million households, which is literally worth taking note of. Thank you so much, madam, for your wonderful talk. Now we will proceed towards our first technical session, which is on crop breeding. So may I now request Dr. Asha Devi, madam, principal scientist and moderator of the session, to moderate the talks and introduce the speakers. Madam, please.
Thank you, Dr. Sanket. Good afternoon and good morning, dear delegates from various international and national organizations. Most Honorable DDG, Dr. A.K. Singh, sir, respected ADG, Dr. Vikramaditya Pandey, distinguished speakers, ICAR-CTCRI staff members, ladies and gentlemen. We'll move on to the next technical session, that is technical session 1 on crop improvement and breeding strategies. We have two renowned crops breeders with us today, Dr. M.N. Sheila from ICAR-CTCRI India and Dr. Emily Assarat from IITA Nigeria. Now, root and tuber crops were first domesticated thousands of years ago, but none became significant until after the end of the 16th century. However, today many of the tropical root and tuber crops like cassava, sweet potato, yams, and aroids are staple food for the poor people around the world. Many of them are good sources of starch, fiber, proteins, magnesium, copper, and antioxidants, and are linked to various health benefits. Breeding in tuber crops have its own challenges. Shy or non-synchronization in flowering, odd or early timings of stigma receptivity, diseases, especially viral diseases, absence of resistant sources, extremely small size of the flowers, as in the case of yams, etc. are some of the challenges faced by the tuber crop breeders. Most of the tuber crops are vegetatively propagated, and controlled breeding is carried out for improvement aspects. The high heterozygosity and varied levels of ploidy exhibited by the crops make it a difficult task for making it amenable to genetic studies. However, many of these challenges have been addressed by the tuber crops breeders world over. Today, this international platform will hear more about the problems and prospects faced by the tuber crops breeders. With this small introduction, may I now introduce today's first speaker, Dr. M.N. Sheila. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce Dr. M.N. Sheila, a renowned yam and cassava breeder of international repute, who has more than 20 varieties to her credit. Presently, she is working as principal scientist and head of the Division of Crop Improvement, ICAR-CTCRI. She is an alumni of College of Agriculture, Kerala Agricultural University, and is a PhD in plant breeding and genetics from the same university. She has around 30 years of experience in tuber crops research, mainly in the field of genetics, plant breeding, and molecular markers. Dr. Sheila has many awards and honors to her credit. The most noted amongst them is the Patkersley Award for her contribution to yams research during 2006, instituted by the International Society for Tropical Root Crops. She has many research publications to her credit in noted national and international peer-reviewed journals and has handled around 37 projects of national and international importance. A widely traveled personality, she has presented papers in international symposia conducted in USA, France, Australia, Brazil, Colombia, Uganda, to name a few. With this brief introduction, may I now invite Dr. M.N. Sheila to present her talk on the topic, breeding strategies for enhancing yield and quality traits in tropical tuber crops. Dr. Sheila M.N., please.
Respected DDG, A.K. Singh sir, ADG, Vikramaditya Pandey, Jan Lo, and dear colleagues. My topic is breeding strategies for enhancing yield and quality traits in tuber crops. As all of you know, tropical tuber crops are grown in more than 136 countries and contribute to as staple or subsidiary food for 1/5 of the world population. It has higher biological efficiency and topmost effective converters of solar energy. In India, tropical tuber crops are the source of sustenance and livelihood security of about 200 million people across 19 different states of India. The total tropical tuber crops producing in our country is about 8 million tons. Its present value is about 120 billion rupees. And of course, cassava.
Excuse me, Sheila, madam. We can't see your PowerPoint. Please share your screen, madam.
Already shared.
Please stop sharing and again share, madam.
It can see.
Yes, it has come.
It's now come.
Huh?
It is there. It is there. You can proceed, ma'am.
Make it slideshow and proceed.
You can put it on slideshow, but yes, that's great.
It's okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thanks. Sorry. And now I am coming from CTCRI, and this was established in 1963. This is one of the unique institute in the world because we are most of the international institutes are dealing with either cassava, sweet potato, yams, and but we are giving importance to around 50 tuber crops. And cassava, it includes cassava, sweet potato, greater yam, African yam, lesser yam, elephant foot yam, taro, tania, yam bean, arrowroot, Chinese potato, etc. We give equal importance to breeding of all these tuber crops. And I am taking your interest in this picture because we are convening this seminar in the context of climate change. This is the photo I took 2 years back from Tamil Nadu, one of the major cassava growing regions in India. After we were evaluating our cassava CMD resistant varieties in this place. But after this photograph was taken in September. But after 4 months, when we reached there, due to extreme drought conditions, all other crops tried. We can see the status of maize in this area. This is the status of this papaya. But in the whole region, we could see only something green is our cassava. This shows the importance and the relevance of our tropical tuber crops in the current scenario. And CTCRI holds a very large germplasm collection, and it is the national repository of tuber crops. And in India, we hold 10,000, more than 10,000 germplasm of 50 species. And this is the basis of our all our breeding program, and especially high diversity exists in yams and arounds in India. And it has cultural relevance also, and farmers are conserving this biodiversity. For the last 50 years, from CTCRI, we have released around 16 varieties, and in cassava 20, sweet potato 21, yams 17, and some elephant foot yam 2, taro 8, and Chinese potato 1. The main breeding objectives are for all the tuber crops, higher yield, and stability in production. For example, in sweet potato, many of the varieties are not showing stable production across the different agroecological regions of India. That's the main importance was given for this stability in yield, then quality, starch, mealiness, nutritive quality. These are the main thrust areas. Then biotic stress, of course, cassava mosaic resistance, mealybug resistance, in sweet potato, weevil resistance, anthracnose in greater yam, collar rot in elephant foot yam, and leaf blight in taro. These are the main thrust areas. And abiotic stress. During last 10 years, we are giving more importance to drought because of climate change. We are experiencing frequent drought and waterlogging, salinity, etc. And also, we would like to move our tuber crops to non-traditional areas, especially in the northern India. They say screening for cold tolerance is also one of our focus. Another focus is short duration, because cassava usually in all other regions, minimum duration was 9 months. But we have, of course, 2 to 3 varieties with a shorter duration of 5 to 6 months, so that we can take 2 crops in a year and we can well integrate it into different cropping systems. Then plant architecture, because in future of tuber crops cultivation depends on mechanization too. And of course, high harvest index is the main thrust area. With regard to breeding methodology, in all the tuber crops, since we have a very diverse genetic resource, we adopt clonal selection from germplasm, then controlled crosses and clonal selection in all these crops. Population improvement, especially in sweet potato, by adopting polycrosses, then triploid breeding. This is a unique breeding methodology. Of course, we are following in cassava and yams. Cassava, it's very important because we could get good gaga effects in starch and yield. Marker-assisted breeding, and now genome selection, transgenics, and genome editing are the new tools employed. Especially this, we could make great success by adopting polyploidy breeding in cassava because of its low chromosome number and its amenability for hybridization, and because triploids have ideal plant type, higher yield, and very high extractable starch content. These are the 2 triploid varieties we have released recently. And another breeding success is the development of cassava mosaic disease, because last 3 decades, it is one of the main problem in India, and we have screened and because it is causing 20 to 80% reduction in yield of our improved varieties. That's why we could get different sources of resistance through interspecific breeding, inbreeding to release variability. We had some imported lines from CEAT and ETH. With all this material, we have developed a very broad breeding population for CMD resistance. This is the use of different species in interspecific program. These are the 2 latest varieties we have released, because now we could source this problem. I am stressing more on cassava mosaic disease because this is emerging as the most important problem in Southeast Asia. And we could release at least 5 varieties which are completely resistant to this cassava mosaic disease caused by ICMV and SLCMV. Another one of our variety, it is this post-harvest physiological deterioration is one of the important drawback in cassava, and we could release a variety with resistance to CMD and PPD together. And of course, molecular markers are employed, but only some few markers like SSR Y28 could give some good result in marker-assisted breeding. And another our stress is breeding for nutrient deficiency. We have released on variety Sri Pavitra, which is extremely very high yield and high K efficiency. Because for cassava, K nutrient is the most critical one, and now we could get variety with the K efficiency. Now, coming to sweet potato, as Jane Lo already have detailed presentation, and like all other countries, we are also focusing on high yield, high starch, beta carotene, anthocyanin, shorter root duration, because we are having varieties with the 85 days duration, but we are coming to still 50 to 80 days is our target. Of course, sweet potato weevil is the biggest problem in India too. And we had good tie-up with our SIP, and we have developed a series of crosses and very good varieties like Sri Kanaka, and Fusona is one of the variety. It has 14 up to 11.5 to 12.5 milligram per 100 gram this beta carotene content. Another one is Fu Krishna with high anthocyanin content. It has around 90 milligram anthocyanin content in this variety. These are the upcoming varieties, and we had developed a good breeding population. Especially, we thank SIP also for having linkage with our institute in the development of high carotene varieties in sweet potato. Now, coming to yams, in yams, the main problem is seeds. It is a dioecious crop, ploidy difference is there, erratic flowering is there. But in fact, CTCRI is the first institute to standardize yams breeding, and we could develop several varieties in these three major yams also. Main stress is high yield, shorter duration, especially 6 months, then plant architecture, because staking is during the time of climate change, this cutting trees for making stakes is not advisable. That's why we are trying to develop varieties with a dwarf plant architecture that we can grow without any stakes. And of course, nutritive quality and antioxidants, micronutrients, and protein. Now we are giving more importance to the development of biofortified varieties. We are very happy that in a list of 17 varieties, our mostly major crop varieties like rice, wheat, and maize, etc., our tuber crop, especially yams, has been dedicated by our Honorable Prime Minister to India on the World Food Day. And these yam varieties are very rich in micronutrient, especially zinc content, zinc and protein content. And this plant architecture, this we are giving especially importance in yam, and we could develop bushy varieties in white yam. And now we had semi dwarf varieties also that has same harvest index, harvest index on par with this tall varieties, so that we can grow these yam varieties without any staking. Now coming to improvement in edible oils, we had taro, tania, and elephant foot yam. We are conducting research, and mainly for high yield and this disease tolerance is the main, and also acridity. And these are the main this Amorphophallus, this is one of the major crop in India, and we have developed this hybrid also in this crop. and one Gajendra variety is very popular in this crop, and we are developing varieties with the collar rot resistance and all this, especially with the good quality and devoid of acridity. Now, genomic interventions in tropical tuber crops is the upcoming field, and we are this genetic diversity analysis of germplasm and molecular breeding using QTLs. We have seen empty number of papers also. These are used in this all these crops. Structural genomics and CTCRI also sequenced to cassava mosaic resistant varieties and identified many SNPs and other in these crops also. And this is the main area now, upcoming area, gene editing, especially for metabolic engineering and regulating for the development of waxy cassava. This work was initiated. And of course, in global diversity status, we are using molecular markers to know the global diversity status, especially in yams, and many QTLs linked to different traits of interest, like QTLs for PPD tolerance in cassava, PPD for tuber color variation in sweet potato, QTLs for darkness in yams and anthracnose in yams, etc. are being carried out at CTCRI. And resequencing of elite germplasm of cassava also we have done, and this chromosomal distribution pattern was studied. Now coming to main problem, I am giving more stress to main problems faced by tuber crops breeders, because flowering is one of the most important problem affecting speed breeding in tuber crops. In cassava or yams or arrowroot, this sparsity in flowering and many for a cassava non-branching, we prefer non-branching plant types, but most of these genotypes are non-flowering. That's a manipulation of flowering is the need of the hour. But at least in cassava, already methods are available, grafting, but grafting of the plants in highly flowering genotypes, it is advisable, but not effective as like plant growth regulators. If we use an integrated methodology using plant growth regulators along with the photoperiod manipulation, because the installation of LED lamps at 3 meter above ground in a 4.5 grid in pollination nurseries will extend photoperiod in cassava. This is a technology by CET. And gene editing is a very good technology for expression of this flowering gene in glass grown transgenic cassava. This will help us in developing marker-free transgenics also. This pruning is a highly effective method. From CTCRI side, we have standardized cryopreservation of cassava pollen, because it is a very effective methodology that we can use for solving many of the breeding problems in cassava. Because we will get through use of all these technologies, we will get few flowers, but using this cryopreservation, we can store it for a quite long period of time, especially in liquid nitrogen. We can store this genomic diversity also for a long period without any advanced equipments. All the breeders can use this cryopreservation of cassava pollen, and it is giving very good seed set in our breeding program. And now the main conventional and genomic selection. We have developed many varieties in all over the world, mainly using conventional method. But now genomic selection is coming to importance. But well, integration of both is the need of the hour. we have to select best parents based on combining ability. And in cassava or sweet potato, gene interaction is playing a very crucial role. If we develop a variety of sweet potato in Kerala, there is sometimes it will not tuberize in other regions. That is testing. This is the main advice I can give for developing a very good varieties in tuber crops. Then, but when we consider this conventional genomic selection, the use of biotechnology methods will get more funding because it can develop more papers in international journals. But conventional breeding can deliver good products. That's a judicial fund allotment, integrating both, it is needed. For example, if in cassava, if we are developing a breeding program, this we can use molecular markers with a good probability of selection in for early screening, especially for CMD resistance or any other trait. It can be used. But we cannot forget conventional breeding and forget genomic selection.
Presenting itself, we can do that.
Integration of breeding methodology. Let's say both methodologies should be integrated well. Mass in early selection, and this is one of the main thrust areas in we should give, especially in cassava, because gene editing for unsolved problems like development of waxy cassava and some other anthracnose weevil resistance, we have to give more trust for gene editing technologies. And
Sheila ma'am, one more minute.
Because seed systems, it is the most important, because we have developed many varieties, because non-diffusion of excellent varieties like Sri Harsha, that has, it is mainly due to the lack of well-developed seed systems. We have good systems developed by CEAT and IITA, but accelerated breeder seed production, we have to give main thrust for the faster diffusion of the breeding material varieties. And we have to, these are the main thrust areas I am educating, because climate change, we have to give more stress to biotic and abiotic stresses, especially for drought resistance and for the new upcoming pest and disease. Nutrient deficiency, especially low input management, is very important. Plant architecture for mechanization, because cassava dwarf plant type is needed for, and shallow bulking is needed for mechanization. Of course, biofortification and nutraceuticals, it is important to ensure the food security, food and nutritional security of our poor farmers who cultivate tuber crops. And value addition and client-oriented breeding, because value addition, public partnership, private partnership is very much important to bring more investment for cassava breeding. For example, sweet potato can very well replace potato for the making French fries or fried chips. And we should not give any compromise on multi-location testing, even if it is conventional or genomic marker assisted breeding or anything. We have to do this large number of multi-location testing and should take care of gene-due interaction. With this, I am, because my topic is a general topic with so many crops. And I think we had a very good team also. So many breeders working at CTCRI, covering all these important tuber crops, which I hope it will ensure food and nutritional security to our population in the coming years of climate change. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheila ma'am, for the in-depth presentation on the various objectives of all the major tuber crops and the strategies to be adopted for a successful breeding program. Now the subject is open for discussion. We can have a few questions. We have 10 minutes for discussion. In the chat box, we could get only few questions. So if there are any questions, you can please ask them. The time restriction is 10 minutes, please. We have time for a few questions.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yes, yes.
Across the different crops, do you see any correlation, positive correlation, that when you get a clone that is drought tolerant, you're also seeing that it is saline tolerant? Do you see any linkages between those two programs?
Especially with there is a good correlation with in cassava. We could get very good correlation in cassava because our varieties with a good CMD resistance and with the good root architecture is having a very high correlation with this drought tolerance, especially leaf retention and all these character, leaf retention, root architecture, and all having this good correlation with the drought. And especially cassava, as I told, when a place where all other crops failed, maize, everything failed, but cassava could withstand drought. But of course, tuber yield is reduced. Good variability also exists in cassava for this drought. In sweet potato also we have earlier developed which are drought tolerant, not resistant, but drought tolerant is there. Yams, stay green ability and this drought is very much correlated. Among yams, lesser yam affected very much to drought.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We have time for 2 more questions. Fast questions. I just got a question. Is there any released variety in the pipeline for Tania? This is from Purnima Yadav.
Yes, we had on, it is under multi-location testing and we will be releasing shortly a first Tania variety. Only in 2 crops like Tania and arrowroot, we are not having a released variety, but it will be materialized during next 2 years.
One more question was there in the chat box from Dr. Shivam Purohit. Which variety is best for making biodegradable plastic, or are all the varieties good?
No, we have, it may be high starch varieties, high starch and sugar varieties. Especially our triploid varieties are having very high extractable starch content and maybe the best for biofuel.
Are there any other questions?
Hello.
Hello.
Yes.
This is Mercy. This is Mercy live from Liberia from the Research Institute. Carrie, how possible is it for an institution to get access to the short duration cassava, the plenty materials for the cassava?
Cassava, you can, for CMD resistant varieties or?
Short duration cassava varieties.
Duration. I think we have to approach the ICAR. ICAR is our apex body and you can very well write to ICAR for the exchange of variety under MTA. You can write in our website is there, icar.org, and their contact address is there. Otherwise, CTCRI director also, you can contact to CTCRI director. Our website is ctcri.org.
One more question is there. What are the major criteria for selecting drought tolerant lines?
Drought tolerance, we are mainly leaf retention, and these physiological parameters are also taken into account for releasing selecting best drought tolerant varieties. Especially main leaf retention is one of the criteria, and a good root architecture also.
Are there any more questions? This is from Charles Amadi. You may have noticed a linkage between beta carotene, that is orange color, and low dry matter in sweet potato. How are you tackling that?
Yes, this is the one of the main drawback, especially latest variety Fusona we have released. But now we are screening more populations and selecting for good mealiness and improving the starch content. Even though correlation is there, always there will be recombination. And we are trying to select the recombinants which has higher beta carotene as well as starch and good mealiness. And it is in progress.
Good afternoon, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Colette from Liberia. I make a follow-up question with Mercy-like questions. We didn't understand what Sheila said. The question is, those short duration cassava variety, which is 5 to 6 months, how can an institution get a hold of some planting material, some germplasm? We are interested in it and we want to see how we can get some from Sheila.
Yes, we had 3 to 4 varieties with this shorter duration, 6 months duration. We use after rice cultivation, we used to plant cassava. For rotation also we can use. But now we are developing CMD resistant short duration also. As I have informed earlier, you can very well try to direct a CTCRI or approach Indian Council of Agriculture Science for the exchange of the material.
Thank you so much.
Because cassava
we
is
have time for 2 more questions. One.
Hence, I think it is possible.
There is one question from Sushmita Cherukuri. Other than clonal selection, what are the other methods used for varietal development?
Yes, because all the tuber crops I have covered, it was so fast. In addition to this triploid breeding, especially cassava, we used to induce tetraploidy using colchicine treatment and cross tetraploids with the diploids for developing triploids. It has Geiger effects and it is one of the most important methodology followed for conventional breeding, followed for improvement of tuber crops, other than hybridization and selection. Then polycross, of course, in sweet potato and wherever the breeding problems, crossing problems is there, we are employing this polycross and method. And mutation also, it is started, but most effective method is hybridization and selection, then recurrent selection, and then triploid breeding. Now, gene editing may be in due course, gene editing may deliver much faster than our conventional breeding. I expect so.
Now, the last question. What is the prospect of, for the short duration cassava varieties, what is the yield per hectare? This is from Dr. Joy Edley, one of our speakers.
40 to 45 tons per hectare we are getting. With 5 to 6 months.
Okay, I think we have time for one more. What is the prospect of gamma irradiation for mutation breeding in yams and tania? This is from Dr. Jayanta Tarafdar.
But these crops are highly heterozygous and heterogeneous. We can adopt this mutation breeding where there is variability is less. In all the tuber crops, arrowroot, Chinese potato, maybe lesser yam, only few crops, natural variability is less. And in this, if we had a material, for example, sweet potato, weevil resistance, we can go for mutation breeding. At CTCRI, we had several projects on mutation breeding, but now we are not following because in all the important issues, we are having good variability. For example, CMD resistance or other traits, we are having variability in our breeding population. Once you are not having a variability for a particular trait, not at all available in our germplasm or breeding population, you can go. But it will be difficult because it is heterozygous, high ploidy level, different ploidy exist, and maybe it will depend on chances less than other crops.
Thank you, Sheila ma'am, for that wonderful presentation and for clarifying most of the doubts of all our participants. Thank you once again.
Yeah.
Now I'd like to move on to the second talk of the session. Yams are among the essential staples of Africa, where over 93% of its global production occurs. It supports the livelihood of millions of people in Africa as a source of food and cash income. Yam breeding programs at IATA and its NAS partners envision to impact primarily around 4.5 million yam farm households, which is around 30 million yam farmers, and secondly, around 300 million yam consumers in West Africa, Central and Eastern Africa. The program improves yam germplasm through the development and application of modern breeding methods and the discovery and deployment of important genes and traits in improved populations, elite clones, superior progenitors, and varieties. To expedite the delivery of genetic gain from breeding, the program is implementing quantitative optimization that includes activities ranging from product profile and market segmentations to orienting breeding product customer focused through gene discovery and trait capture to population improvement by recurrent selection or hybridization and use of innovative outreach instruments for strategic testing and deployment of breeding products for wider impact. Through this effort, program and its partners develop, share, and apply new genetic information, materials, technologies, and expertise to shape genetic resources for present and future needs of small-scale farmers and meet growing consumer demands for healthy foods and diversified diets. I consider it my privilege to introduce today's second speaker, Dr. Emily Aseret from IITA, Nigeria. Dr. Aseret is a plant breeder and geneticist, currently working as a yam breeding program leader at the International Institute of Tropical Agriculture, Nigeria. He worked as a potato breeder in Africa for the International Potato Center. He established a modest regional potato breeding program in Africa, based in Kenya and Ethiopia during his tenure as a SIP potato breeder. Dr. Aseret also has decades of crop breeding research and community engagement experience in Ethiopian National Agriculture Research System. He developed several breeding populations for genetic studies and released more than 10 improved varieties in various crops, including pulses, root and tuber crops in Africa. He has a BSc degree in plant sciences from Alamaya Agricultural University, currently the Haramaya University, MSc in plant breeding major and genetics minor from CCS Haryana Agricultural University, Hisar, India, and a PhD from Wageningen University, the Netherlands. With this brief introduction, may I now invite Dr. Emily Aseret for his talk on quantitative optimization of yam breeding for enhanced food security in Africa. Dr. Aseret, please.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you see my slides?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much for this introduction. And dear directors, principal scientists, researchers, and also the speakers. Thank you for the organizers giving me this chance, and I'll try to share our experience.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me, sir. Sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
Would you please turn on your video, sir, please?
Okay, I thought maybe because of the. Can you? Okay.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So, yeah. So my topic is quantitative optimization of yam breeding for enhanced food security in Africa. And we have a lot of collaborators, national collaborators, as well as also our donors. Our major donor is BMGF. We are also getting support from the RTB so this all supported the research I'm going to present. Oops. Okay, it looks like it's stuck. Okay, so the outline of my presentation, I will try to give an overview and why we go for optimization and what to optimize and what to achieve and some results and the recommendation. In the overview, you see globally is yam is among the main tuber crops, and you see the total production in 1960s and the 2010s, it increased significantly in terms of area. Even the number of countries producing yam increased from 1960, 40 years ago, 50 years ago to now. And the average production also increased very, very significantly because of the total area. But the productivity, when we compare to the area, the productivity per unit area is low, but majority of the yam production, especially, is coming over 93% is coming from Africa and from the West Africa. So if for yam in Africa is really a highly prized African food crop. It is most valuable crops that support livelihoods of 300 million people. And the value of, even though the yam production is about 40% of cassava, it has a value about $14 billion value that exceeds all other African staple crops. And it is also very culturally very important crop in many African countries. You can see, I just try to indicate the value of yam in two major producing countries in Nigeria and in Ghana compared to the other crop, but still yam is in the top in both two countries. And the production in West Africa is low. The gain is low. The only increase is in the area. It's about the rate of yield increase from 1960 to 2010 is about 277 kg per hectare per year in Nigeria, but it's a bit high in Ghana, where it's about 1,863 kg per hectare per year. But the rate of yield, the area increase, very, very high in Nigeria compared to Ghana. And we can see there is a huge yield gap in yam. The potential can go up to 60 tons and achievable up to 40 to 30 tons. And actually the farmer seed from the FAO data it oscillates between 8 to 12 tons per hectare. So we assume that this yield gap can be bridged through development and continuous delivery of new improved varieties with key traits for high and stable yield, resilience to biotic and abiotic stress. And for yam, the most important thing is not only getting high yield, but food quality is very important for processed as well as for fresh tuber yam. And sustainability or suitability to wear and seed yam production, processing, and market requirement are some of the important aspects. So in general, the breeding goal is development of resilient and high-yielding varieties that meet the consumer needs. But the main selection objectives includes high yield and stable tuber yields, high dry matter, and no oxidation of the flesh, resistance to major pests and diseases. Most important, yam mosaic virus and the yam anthracnose, especially we are targeting 2 species in Africa for water yam or the alata, and nematode, drought, and low soil fertility, and improved food quality for end user preference, both for local and international market. That includes tuber shape, size, appearance, and for boiled and pounded quality, and also the improved plant characteristics in terms of the architecture, bushy or less tendency to climb to minimize the staking cost and also adaptability to the multi-environment production system. So I know this talk is more about for the conference is for the resilient, but I'll try to give more detail about how we can optimize our breeding program so that it can respond to the current as well as the future needs. But when we see the landscape breeding targets, because the young breeding program in IIT, especially in Africa, is started in 1970s, and the target gradually have been adding new traits along with the primary focus, as I mentioned before, the tuber yield, dry matter, and resistance to these economically important traits. And the pests, we are targeting more of nematodes, tuber characteristics cherished by the consumers, size, shape. We also now adding the tuber color, flesh color, tuber oxidation, starch property, and the sugar contents are now routinely measured in the breeding program. So, but we can see the high level of resistance to virus and anthracnose, nematodes, and shrub-like or dwarf plant architecture, and early branching, and also early maturity or bulking, less susceptibility to deformation in the soil, tolerance to low soil fertility, drought and heat, and long shelf life of the fresh or processed foods are some of the missing traits in our improved germplasm as well as released materials. So we can see there's three critical pillars to drive the yam breeding program performance. So it has a system, process, and then that include the operational leadership, operational excellency, and customer focus. So it's when we are thinking about to increase the performance, then we, rather than we are two questions, either we shall replace a system, that means maybe go to different crop, or we can improve the process and get something better from the crop, as it's very important in Africa. So in the optimization process, we are going to, we are asking some questions. So the key questions to address are, why do we need to optimize our breeding process? What's a problem we expect to solve, and how this optimization deliver value to our customers, especially the young producer, processors, and consumers. To optimize, we did kind of a breeding process assessment. This has been done in 2017 together by university. We used the outside evaluators from the University of Queensland, Australia, by support of BMGF. And they pointed out some of the weakness, especially the resource allocations. We have been using a 5% for testing, 35% for breeding, and 60% operational. And the breeding methodologies, though IIT is global lead breeding program, we hold also about more than 3,000 germplasm. The narrow genetic base, especially in use of parents for crossing. The parents have been used so far have been around 30 to 100, and in the lack of also setting up a distinct gene pools, and when we are also doing for parent selection, lack of retrospective analysis to identify clones for crossing, and about the effective population size, and then products concept well, not structure. And overall, there is slow progress in the use of next generation molecular data. And in yam, is that it's about 30% of the produce is used for planting material. So our planting material is tuber, which can be utilized as a food. And whenever we do to execute a good breeding trials or genetic study, planting material is a bottleneck. So there has been also a system to seed innovation technologies to multiply planting material for testing at scale. And the yield testing is not strategically represent the total population of environment. And so far the materials released, there is low mechanism to track the performance, especially the genetic gain at the farmers level is low. On top of that, we have also a changing context and a moving target related to climate, market, and funding. So having this problem assessment, I want to look about the low adoption rate. We have a report about 30% of adoption of improved varieties from the breeding program. And so far, about 89 varieties have been listed for commercial production in Africa. Out of these varieties, about 87 are ITA derived ones. It includes 14 in Rotundata and 13 in Alata. And in West Africa, where the major yam belt, we have both Nigeria and Ghana, where we have the official, the mechanism for release, but the other countries are also, they are coming up. And when we see why the adoption of our materials are low, we try to see the metabolites components of the farmers' varieties together with the improved varieties. So far, from this side, you can see the clear differentiation between those materials, the land or the popular farmers' varieties are varieties which are released from the program. So we found that the farmers' variety comprise a greater level of many amino acids, sugar, phosphates, and sucrose, while the improved varieties contain high abundance of citric acid, malonic acid, and some announced. So this gives us potentially the improved varieties are more sour or have citric acid and musty, ethanolamine, manolic acid than the sweeter sucrose and some material with unami amino acids in the improved variety. So I think a lot has to be done with the breeding program to address the suitability of the materials for the users. And when we see the yield gain in different improved varieties and both whites and what
నా దగ్గరికి రావద్దు ఎల్లు ఫోన్ తీసుకుంటే నా దగ్గరికి రావద్దు నువ్వు ఫోన్లు చూసుకుంటే తిరుగు
Hello, there's some noise. I think I need.
Yeah. Sorry for the disturbance, sir. Please carry on, sir. Please carry on.
Okay, so we can see from the dry matter content, we have not made significant progress, but in oxidation, we still not very much. But in terms of yield, when we are comparing with the materials released in the 1960s to this year, we attained some gain in genetic gain. And this one also showed the performance. The first one is, I don't know it when I'm, okay, this is for the local varieties and some of the released varieties and currently. So you can see some gain is there. And for the total dry matter content, we are not making significant progress as compared to the farmer varieties. The same is true for the water yam, where we have some progress with the yield, but not making a big progress in terms of dry matter content and oxidation. So then we are thinking about how, then what we are going to solve if we go for the optimization. Then we feel that there is program design where we can shift the program from researcher-based design to a user-led design. And then we need to improve also the breeding process. That means improving the current breeding process and to better support the organization objective that is faster, with a reduced breeding cycle, productive, continuous supply of superior varieties to the production system, and to make it also more cost effective. So, and we looked at the customer needs. So adapting to the customer needs and their habits. So what are the descriptions that are needed to guide a breeding program, especially the needs and the requirements of the target or the client? What are the key traits and their values, and where are these our target population of environment in terms of location, as well as the reference cultivars we use, for whom we are using, especially targeting the breeding program, the customer, That means the markets, the client, user, and in terms of the product we are developing, the size and volume, how diverse, how variable across different countries and regions and within countries. So these are some of the things we have been looking. And then when we list about some of the many YAM characteristics in our ontology, we have about 184 traits. Do we all to improve, need to improve all of this, or that means there are many traits to improve and then many traits to record. So the issues are not all traits are equally important, especially when it comes to the value, and not all traits are equally heritable. There are also correlation between traits, and where we want to go, especially the breeding goal. So the value of improving different traits and combining the information for the different traits. So what we want to achieve to the productivity, quality, or resilience. So these are some of the questions that guide us to see our typology of the traits we are evaluating the breeding program. So far, you can see from this slide, there are some traits we measure, but there are no value for themselves, some the major traits. And in the right side, we have some traits that have value, but we have not measured. So we want to also look at in the improvement, the traits that are measured and that are value, so that we can match our breeding objective or selection of traits to the user's needs. So in order to do this, we looked at our environment delineation, market segmentation, and then the advancement decision and the benchmark to improve the metrics to ensure. If you don't measure it, it's difficult to say we are making progress or not. So in Africa, we did multivariate spatial analysis in order to identify the yam growing in environment in West Africa from Nigeria up to Cote d'Ivoire. And we found about 7 mega environments. And then all these 7 environments, the area, the total population, number of people living in below at the poverty level, the yam production and mean yield, and the market access, we analyzed all these. And you can see from here, the distribution of our trials across different countries, these red dots in 2019. So how we are really covering all this and how we are going to cover the 7 mega environments in our breeding program when we are thinking about optimizing the program. The other one is product design, especially the market segmentation. So we divided.
Dr. Ash,
yes.
Can you just keep the time? Only 2 more minutes. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry for interrupting.
I'm fast or?
A bit slow, if you can just speed in it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yes. So fresh whole tuber consumption and process the products. And then based on that, we came up with 3 product profiles: the intermediate late maturating yam, where it is more than 7 months and above. And we also found another product profile, early maturity, with less tendency to depend on the staking with dwarf or bush yam, which can also give us 6 months yam. And the other one was categorized as water yam, which is resistant to anthracnose. So we also defined the reference variety to use in the the right variety for head-to-head comparison, and which variety we are going to replace in the production system we defined before. So in the breeding process, maybe I have to skip this one. The key process in the yam breeding program is we have crossings, cross-select and evaluate, and then we think of the breeder's equation where we can make the genetic gain. And this is the current breeding scheme where we use. It takes about 10 to 11 years. It has both the population development and the clone development validation and the promotion stage. And based on this, we define also the task and decision across the breeding stage, especially in the population improvement where I can have. We just define, measure, analyze, and improve and control the process. So how we can increase the frequency of desirable arrays, maintain our diversity, and enhance the recombination of traits for economic importance. And the task in the population improvement, we are the parent selection and the crossing plan. So we use the phenotypic information, molecular data, and as well as the visual information. And then we really made some decision on the parent selection. So how we can optimize especially our parent selection and crossing plan based on the target of the object, the product profile, the parent selection based on compatibility, relatedness, breeding value, and flowering and flower sex, how they are suitable for the mating design, and also the matrices to measure the performance. So we did the compatibility matrix in white yam crossing made from 2013 to 2018. So those materials have been made in different cross combination that produce high success of cross. So these materials can be used as for the can be used for development of our future progenies. And we also did detailed genetic analysis in order to identify different heterotic groups. In whites, yam, whole genome resequencing was done. We also recorded for the phenotypic data and try to classify our materials based on phenotypic information, molecular data, combine all these, and then did a detailed analysis and come up with 2 heterotic groups. And then that has been used for the breeding program for the parent selection. This also has been done the same procedure for the water yam, both phenotypic information, molecular and combined both, and then come up with heterotic groups that can be utilized in the crossing plan. And we extend also parent selection using the breeding value estimation of the most trait progenitors that has been used in the breeding program, and then estimate their breeding value for different traits and build an index. And based on an index, we come up with the materials which are having the positive index for genomic estimated breeding value. And this has been used in the crossing program in order to make the future materials. Since I'm going to also tell you something about how we are selecting our parent from the advanced stage. So we also try to identify their breeding values in advanced clones and try to see the prediction accuracy. I think the most important thing is how we can skip some of the breeding stage rather than keeping those tuber material for 3, 4, 5 or seasons of evaluation. Is there any possibility to predict their performance maybe at the early stage, and then we can skip, multiply them, and then go for the on-farm testing and then release and then for the adoption. So the same procedure we are applying both the marker information and the prediction in order to identify the best parent that can be recycled in our program. So having this information, then we went for the simulation analysis. In our baseline scheme, we use about 95 parents, and then recycling from at the second clonal generation, all the time 50 new parents, and again use 45 old from the founders, and compare this with okay, yeah. So
Dr. Ashrat, can you just first speed it up a little bit more? Time is
okay, I'll do
up.
it.
Yeah, the allotted time is already up.
Okay, yeah. I think I've not used my time. It was 30 minutes. Okay, so this was the problem identification or the parent selection at low accuracy, and the long breeding cycle 4 years, and the breeding strategy we are going to tackle the crossing evaluation selection, and then we use the breeding equation, that is the length, cycle length, accuracy, and the genetic variance or diversity hypothesis, how to increase, reduce the breeding cycle or increase accuracy in order to achieve high genetic gain. So these are some of the treatments we used. The baseline, where we have always 50 new parents plus 45 old founder, all the cycles, and then Treatment 2 is only maintaining with replication. Treatment 3 is for excluding the old parents. Treatment 4 is starting parent selection at first clonal generation. Treatment 5 is that a mixed, new parent from the first clonal generation, old parents at least replicate the plants in first clonal generation. And then a mixed strategy where you can also pull parents from different stage of breeding. And then the simulation was done for 20 years. And then see how the variance as well as genetic gains looks like. When we compare with our baseline, the current breeding program, and if we increase our replication at second clonal generation 3 times or make into 3 location, so we can see we can obtain about 30% genetic gain with our breeding program, but the variance is not decreasing as expected because we are adding all the time some older parents from a crossing program. The other was just to compare with the treatment 3, where we just exclude using the old parent and see how we the gain we can make if we only start with 50 parents our breeding program and continue for 20 years. So it is, we can see from here that it's really good to have all the time that closed population improvement program, where you can use all the new parents from the next cycle, keep it the number of parents for low end. It's possible for the breeding program can go up to 20 years without losing any variance. So you can see from here the variance, even if after 20 years, the genetic variability is even below above 60%, so that the breeding program cannot lose any variability. And we also compare this with the, if we mix the material from different stage of our crossing and compare with our current strategy as well as the one we want to adopt. So by improving accuracy, there is a possibility to increase genetic gain. This is our, but it's very difficult because we cannot reduce our cycle from 4 to at least 3 or something. That means if we mix the material from different stage of breeding, that means at the time of at the cost improving accuracy, there is a possibility to increase genetic gain, but the variance is still above 50% if the breeding program continue with 50 parents for 20 years and 4 cycle year. So in general, is that from our exercise, so customer focus is the main thing, aligning the pipeline strategy to meet the product concepts and consolidate efforts on genomic resource development to establish a solid trait development pipeline for efficient utilization of traits in the breeding process, and using only few new parents within the closed population improvement pipeline. That's trait integration could be achieved from separate pipeline. That means not mixing the pre-breeding with variety development pipeline, and increasing accuracy and reducing cycle lengths increase the genetic gain. However, our results indicate that the number of replications simulated here are still too low. So to allow the maximum benefit for rapid cycling, that means increase the number of replication at first clonal generation or second clonal generation in order to make the faster cycle. And if we do this recommendation, then yes, I'm finishing. Please wait 1 minute. No, I think sorry. If we apply this, then it has also implication for the rapid tuber multiplication, and also we need to also resource allocation, and a number of we need to optimize also how we are going to increase the number of replication at the first clonal and second clonal generation. And the other recommendation is the measurement of genetic gain in the breeding program. So you cannot measure, you need to define the key traits to track our genetic gain. Is it only the tuber yield or the quality? or the dry matter or oxidation, this has to be clearly defined in the breeding program so that it can allow the program to make the measure the progress. And then establish a formal product advancement forum that bring on board all the breeders, researchers, development practitioners, and private sector to see the materials we are coming from the breeding program really has some value for your end user. So thank you very much. These are some people who are also contributed for the program, and thank you for your patience here and also for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Ashrat, for that very detailed presentation on yams breeding, the main selection objectives, breeding targets, need for optimization of the breeding process, speed breeding, etc. I'm sorry, there was a slight, probably a misunderstanding. It was a 20-minute session, which now we have taken 30 minutes. We have taken the time for the question and answer session also, and we have only 4 questions. So if permitted, I can quickly go through the 4 questions. So do I have the permission? Dr. Baiju, do I have the permission?
We can have quick questions, madam, please.
Okay. So the first question is, why is there a difference in biochemical content like citric acid due to breeding? The question is from Dr. Sheila MN.
Yes, I think, okay, so if you see the difference between the those farmers varieties and breeding material, we are focusing very much on the biotic and the biotic stress tolerance, especially for the, that may be contributed for more of these chemicals on the improved varieties compared to the farmers varieties. Where the farmers varieties are most of the time, they are most susceptible to some of the virus and also anthracnose and also for the nematodes. I think that might be the problem, the cause. But we are really doing some detailed analysis, what is really the main cause. The study is going on.
Thank you.
Is that okay?
Okay, the next question is, what is the level of dry matter in recently developed varieties? The level of dry matter.
The level of dry matter in the release variety is it's between 25 to 30%, and we put in the breeding program minimum 25% as a cut point. So any variety or any lines which is below 25% will not promote to the next stage. So all our materials are above 25, but the current release matter about 34, 30 because we have a lot of materials being released.
Do you give importance to starch and sugar also?
Yes, we evaluate these starch and sugar, and especially, you know, in Africa, for yam, pounding is very important, of the pounding quality. So we take too much emphasis on the starch properties, especially the RVA properties.
What's the target of starch in your breeding program?
No, starch no, we don't have that threshold, but we focus on the starch property than the starch total content.
Okay, the next question is, what is the reason for the very low yield of 278 kg per hectare per year in zinc? This is from Dr. Susan John.
Which one? For the reason for the
low yield?
No, that one is, you know, the
278 kg per hectare per year in zinc.
Zinc? No, I don't have with zinc.
Okay, so probably there was a mistake in the question. I'll go to the next question. What is your strategy for nematode control, and do you have any resistant variety? This is from Dr. Jay Prakash.
Oh, for nematode, I think we don't have any. We have a technique how to evaluate our material for the nematode resistance. And it has not given really due attention because of we are handling so many other threats, but we are always selecting for some materials which are really some level of tolerance to the nematodes. And it's, we don't have any chemical or something which we apply for screening.
Okay, and there is one question from Dr. Jan Low. How do you evaluate for pounding quality in yam?
Well, pounding quality, Yes, yes. Pounding quality, we evaluate different way. The first one is we have some attributes for pounding. So actually, we do a pounding ourselves together with our partners, and there are about 5 or 4 attributes where we can measure with scale: good, excellent, bad, and compare with our standard varieties, which is really very good in the market.
Okay, then one more question.
It's consumed.
Madam,
okay.
Yes, sir.
Madam, we'll move to next session, please.
Okay, okay. So with that, we'll stop the question and answer session, and we can move on to the rest will be answered on later.
Yes,
We'll take all the questions. We'll be answering later by mail.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Ashrath, and thank you, Dr. Sheila. Moving on to the next session. Thank you.
Thank you, Asha Devi, Madam, for moderating the session. I also thank the speakers, Dr. Sheila, Madam, and Dr. Amele. Now let's move on to next session, which deals with the crop production aspect. So I request Dr. Suja, Principal Scientist and Moderator, to moderate the session and introduce the speakers. Madam, please.
Thank you, Dr. Sanket, and welcome to the next technical session, Integrated Crop and Soil Management. As you all know, the global population is projected to rise to 9.7 billion by 2050, and food demand is expected to increase by 70%. And this is in the backdrop of changing consumption pattern, climate change, and a growing scarcity of water and land. And worldwide decreases in the yields of major crops that have been predicted to range between 0 and 50% by 2050. And this worldwide decline in crop yields, they are solely due to the impact of climate change consequent to high temperature, uncertain rainfall intensity, and distribution as well. And this coincides more with the countries that have high global hunger index. So by 2050, global agriculture production needs to be increased between 60 and 110% to meet the increasing demands for food, dietary shifts, biofuel consumption, and provide food security. Friends, sustainable food production that ensures stable food production and quality for the long term with minimal damage to the ecosystem calls for integrated crop and soil management. So now we move on to the session on integrated crop and soil management, and we have 3 speakers. First and foremost is Dr. Imran Malik. Now let me introduce Dr. Imran Malik very briefly. Dr. Imran Malik, with PhD in plant science, is cassava production system specialist at the Alliance of Biodiversity International and International Center for Tropical Agriculture, and he is presently based in the Asia office at Vientiane, Laos. Dr. Malik's research focuses on plant responses to abiotic and biotic stresses in field and laboratory settings, and he received the Japanese Society for Promotion of Science Fellowship in 2007, which offered him the opportunity to work at Professor Mikio Nakasono's Laboratory of Plant Molecular Genetics at the Graduate School of Agricultural and Life Sciences, the University of Tokyo, Japan. And prior to moving to Tokyo, Dr. Malik's research was focused on physiological responses of wheat and barley to abiotic stresses like waterlogging and salinity at Professor Tim Colmer's laboratory at the University of Western Australia. Dr. Malik received the Australia Award Endeavour Research Fellowship granted by the Department of Education of Australia in 2014 and worked on intensification of rice-based cropping systems. He is currently the section editor for Plant and Soil and has to his credit more than 30 research papers in high-impact journals. So now I invite Dr. Imran Malik to deliver a lecture on the topic agronomy and management options for cassava in variable climate scenario. And sir, please kindly make note of the time schedule. It is 20 minutes for the talk and 10 minutes for queries. So if you restrict your talk to 20 minutes, we can have more time for the interaction. Kindly help us. Your time starts now, sir. Please.
Thank you, Dr. Shuja, for introduction, and thank you all the distinguished speaker, DDG AK Singh, for giving me the opportunity. I will go through the slide more focused on the agronomy first, and then I will go into the current work that are going on in the region. So first, I will talk a little bit of the background, then agronomy, and a little bit of the climate change effect on the on cassava and the ongoing research. Sorry, I'm just. So this is the status of the agronomy in the production region in Asia. So there is a large amount of cassava area in the countries that are listed here. But if you look at the fertilizer use, it's very moderate to very low. And then when we had a kind of a survey, formal survey in Indonesia, in Laos, Cambodia, and Vietnam, and we found that in some countries there are no understanding of fertilizer NPK. So that tells us that what is the situation in the field. So the participatory research are ongoing in the region of different density and different fertilizers. So what need to put and what kind of mixture need to be applied, whether we are going to develop a new mixture or should we go for the mixture that are available. The farmers generally tend to use the mixtures that are available. So we also looked at different options on that. So we also looked at the nutrient removal from the cassava. This on the x-axis you can see that how much potassium was being added and then how much was removed. So even the highest amount of potassium when we added, that is not also enough. This experiment was actually carried out to demonstrate that how much nutrients are actually removed from the cassava system. That I don't know. I'm not really sure how much push in India, but in the Southeast Asia there is a push for organic cassava. Of course, there is a niche market, but the concern is that over years in the new land there will be a good production, but over the years the production will go down, and then the land will be really bad condition. So then we are also doing some disease-free planting material, showing the importance of disease-free planting material. We all know that in Southeast Asia there is a recent outbreak about 3 or 4 years ago, CMD. So then there is a scarcity of planting material, and farmers started putting disease planting material, and we are trying to screen whether there is any material that are available in the region has got a partial resistance or not, and also showing how the clean planting materials are, can help for the time being before the CMD resistant material come into the region. So we also looked at the extending the window for harvest, because in the cassava industries are only working for half of the year, but they want the cassava for round the clock, round the year. So we try to look at whether there is possible to grow cassava all round year. And then we found that if we harvest during the dry period, then it's okay. But if we harvest during the wet period, then it's the yield goes down, and also starch content is also goes down. So these are all participatory research, and this has been done for a long time. But it's still these things are important for the region to demonstrate. So now come back to climate change. This is almost textbook description of climate change. The change in precipitation pattern, incidence of drought, and heat waves will increase, and carbon dioxide, elevated carbon dioxide. So here is a paper by Knox et al. Has shown that cassava is actually doesn't have effect on the climate change. They took the average yield, but when you look at the drought, severe drought prone areas, there is always a yield penalty. Cassava is widely adopted as growth at the sea level up to 2,000 meter high, and also in the slopey land. And cassava has worldwide yield is about 11 ton per hectare. In Africa it is 9, and in Asia it is 22. But there are some improved cassava varieties under near optimum condition can yield 90 ton per hectare, even more. So it has got a diverse utilization in the region, from chips to factory to biodegradable plastic. This is where cassava competes with starch from corn. So Dr. Sheila has shown that the cassava that in one of the drought-prone region, that cassava was still standing and maize was already dead. So what are the challenge? I just so there is abiotic challenges and biotic challenges. So abiotic challenges, what are going to be happening? So long drought will increase flooding, waterlogging, frequent cold and heat waves, stronger cyclone and hurricanes, and greenhouse gas and elevated carbon dioxide will be the major abiotic stresses. So how cassava is actually dealing with the abiotic stresses. So these are the earlier works by Siat that has screened some lines that responds to high prolonged drought, and still they can have the higher photosynthesis. They can still go on with the higher photosynthesis. So that actually eventually produce to the go to the product. That means the root, and can have still good yield. So we are also trying to develop that capacity in the region. So we also organized a training workshop a couple of years ago on that. There is also evidence in the literature that elevated carbon dioxide cassava is doing good. On the right hand of the screen, it is showing in the laboratory and the glasshouse experiment that in some experiment they are performing well. In the other experiment, it's not so well. Very recently, the phase experiment, free air carbon dioxide enrichment experiment, has shown that there are variation in the response to elevated carbon dioxide, but it is always higher in the elevated carbon dioxide in any of the examined varieties or lines. So genetic studies on traits resilient to climate variable is very important, and that's need to be that should be done. That should be carried on. And here is a paper by from the SIAT group that published in the modeling and has shown that one. And here is a nice review by Dr. Baiju and Dr. Raji, and that also emphasized on the importance of genetic study. So now look at the environment. So this is a preliminary graph. And this map is under development. So CEAT group is looking into it, the different climatic conditions, and also the soil condition will be mapped into it, and then that will be a complete set. So I put this one up because you can see that how different the climatic condition in the region in Asia. So and surely soil will be different as well. So it is very important for genetic study to have multi-location trials. So how the weather pattern is changing in South Asia. I should have said in Asia actually. So monsoonal rain is actually the determine the sowing time for rain-fed cropping system. In India, during 2001 to 2015, total rainfall decreases and its distribution has also changed. And the precipitation up to 70% below the normal levels. That will happen by 2022, 22nd century. And the monsoon will shift by 15 days. So that for rain-fed crop, it's going to be very important, especially for the clonal propagated crops that need to have timing of the sowing. So I will go back to this again. As we mentioned that there is, as I mentioned just before, that the precipitation will change. So here is the field. This is in the in Vientiane that we put multiplication for multiplication purpose. The cassava in the field, and then we got a huge rain, and then it was waterlogged for only 2 days or so. But that 2 days of waterlogging, you can see that that on the right hand side there is a little bit of higher ground, and they are growing fine, and on the left hand side they are really small, but they are recovering. And also sometime, and you can see these are it's the same time, the photo was taken on the same time. This crop was planted earlier, so they were a bit bigger, but they also shedding leaf quite early. So this year in Cambodia there was a flash flood, and farmer has to had to harvest their crops even in the rain, even standing in the flood water. So how long cassava actually can withstand this flash flood, and what would be the potential yield and the quality penalty? So summary is, how do I summarize this? So it's resistant to drought, maybe to some extent heat wave, but is very vulnerable to soil waterlogging. With the elevated carbon dioxide, in some places it's doing good, in some places not so. So we need to do much more research. And for the climate rain pattern shift, definitely cropping pattern will shift. And the most important thing, that screening for traits resilient to climate variability should be the priority, should be a priority research. For biotic stress, so pest disease and a new challenge for the cassava industry in Asia, and the three major diseases are in the region. It's the cassava mealybug, the witch's broom, and mosaic disease. So we are agronomically we are trying to tackle these things in the region. I will show you some of the experiment what are going on. So what are the options to combat this? So genetic resistance is the main option. So for that, multi-location trials are the agronomic part of that. but there are some biological control available. But changing in cultural practice can be another option, like crop rotation, intercropping. We have done some intercropping experiment, but in the farmers field, it's actually there is a scarcity of labor because intercrop it needs an extra labor for harvest them or so. And another important thing is the rapid multiplication of the disease-free planting material for combat these biotic stresses. So as I mentioned that we are doing some screening experiment in Cambodia for CMD, and also in Vietnam, similar work is going on. And with cassava witch's broom disease, so this is going on in Laos, Vientiane. So where you see there are different treatment in there. So we have found in the farmers field that those who have put fertilizer, there is a less infection of less effect of witch's broom. So we're trying to optimize that what actually makes it happen. And CMD didn't show much with the fertilizer application, but we have found some resistance for time being. So we are also looking at the water cost of cassava production. So that's goes with we've got irrigation and try 2 different varieties, and and we also put that one with a different harvest date and different planting date. As I mentioned earlier, that it is important for the industry to have the factory running all year round. I'm emphasizing on the industry because that's where the money is coming for the farmers. Because if there is no industry, then the farmers are not going to get money. So it's ultimately for the benefit of the farmers. So we have also done the similar experiment in Laos with the different harvest month, and we found that of course that the mature crop has got more yield compared to earlier harvest. As Dr. Sheila mentioned that that she has got some short duration variety. We are discussing to get them in the region and try it in the region, whether that can be another option for farmers to and for the industry as well, to have the cassava root all year round. So we are also capturing aerial image of different experiment with the multispectral drone, so that we can so that we can analyze the data in a bigger scale and also optimize that drone images, so that in a bigger field it can be run and can quickly spot that one, the difficult spot like nutrient deficiency or even the affected by the different diseases. So that's ongoing, and we are looking for. We are also collaborating, and we will look. We appreciate any collaboration on this aspect as well. So the drone images has been already optimized in CIAT in Colombia. So they have looked into it and has optimized the system there, and we are trying to develop the capacity in the region. So it's correlated pretty well. You can see in these 2 graphs. In CIAT in Colombia, they have also tried with a ground penetrating radar, so that without harvesting the crop, we can estimate the bulking of the roots, and whether that actually make and that also go with the canopy structure and canopy size, whether that's actually make any prediction looking at the canopy, and and also image of the roots underground. And it's also looking very nice. It's a very good correlation between those two. So we are also doing, I mentioned about the diseases. So we are also developing the capacity in the region for rapid multiplication of disease-free planting materials. So rapid multiplication, so we have already developed the system in here. So this is with the NAFRI. The tissue culture material are coming, and then they are going to the screen house, and then it's going to the field. But this is the screen house that are being built, and there are 6 tunnels where the rapid multiplication is happening, and we have already established that one, and so that we can when the new variety comes, or the and for the time being we are multiplying those are relatively resistant to different diseases. So mechanization is another thing that need to be taken into account. For climate change, there are a lot of migration happening, and also for that reason there is a shortage of farm labor. So it used to be all with the household members are working in the field, but now it's for that reason, for the scarcity of the farm labor, it's need to be mechanized, and there are some mechanization work and ridges to maker are also being tried in Vietnam, and for that this is an agronomic practice that need to be optimized. That I mean, all machine cannot go into the different spacing or different plant height and the different plant architecture. So that should be also taken into account in the breeding program and also in the agronomic validation. So the summary and the conclusion, I will mention that this is the center, so where all the on station work should keep on going, and that should lead to the breeding, and also and the artificial intelligence, so like drone images and also ground penetrating radar, all should system, and also the using of ICT, the modern technology, phone, and to communicate with the farmers. That is the most important part, that the experiments need to be keep on going and feed all these systems, so that we can understand the effect of weather pattern on cassava cropping system. Of course, the nutrient input used for a sustainable cassava production system is the very important aspect of the agronomy work. And we need to optimize the agronomy for healthy planting stake production to feed the seed system. And also on-farm data analysis through different multi-sensor technology and modeling need to be taken into account. And with all this, then we need to communicate to the stakeholders, from farmers to factory owners, that what is happening in the region. So farmer needs to know when to plant. So the forecast system should be get to the farmer, and it should be in a way so that farmer can understand correctly. So, so this is all our partners in this project, funded by ACIAR and also CGIAR-RTB CRP. And here are two links that you can see some of the progress of the work that's going on in the region. We have got a multidisciplinary team, so there are some people from the headquarters also visiting at some point. We took the picture at that time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, sir, for the very informative lecture highlighting the problems in cassava production, especially in Laos, Cambodia, and Vietnam. That is obviously due to poor soil fertility management, as well as the biotic and abiotic stresses, as you pointed out. And you have also informed us or highlighted the options to combat the biotic and abiotic stresses, especially with regard to improvement in the water use efficiency and the use of sensor technology in cassava production. And ultimately, especially on that aspect, to disseminate disease-free planting material in cassava production so as to have more productivity as well as to reduce the disease incidence was very realistic, as we used to do in our country also. Here also we are promoting the disease-free planting material production to our maximum extent. And finally, with regard to mechanization also, for giving some thoughts on it. So that was a very nice lecture. Now we have some queries in the chat box. Is the weeding machine a non-motorized tool? How does it work? It is from Janlo Madam. So
I didn't get it, Dr. Suga.
Is the weeding machine a non-motorized tool? The weeding machine.
Yep.
The
weeding machine was it's a land. It can prepare land also. So if we have a wider space, so between crops or between then you can have that running. And the other weeding machine that the other people was pushing, that's actually a that's a snapper. So you run it with a little bit of fuel in it, and then it just cut the weed, and it saves labor. We didn't try on field the herbicide yet. In some places people use herbicide, but we haven't tried yet. But we are also thinking about biodegradable plastic, whether that's another option or not for reduce the weed, because that's another that's a big problem for cassava management of the field.
The next query is from Dr. Jagannathan. What are the major production constraints in cassava in South Asia?
The main constraint that farmers are not putting inputs. So they are so what is happening that they are growing them, they're getting new land and put it and getting good yield first year, second year, third year is going down, and then they move to the new area. But the other is, of course, the like I show the picture, that there is if there is a little bit of undulating land, and if it stays a little bit of water, then the yield is going to go down, and also the temperature and so like in Philippines or in some part of Indonesia, also the strong wind, the cyclone is also destroying the crops. So there are all kind of constraints, and presently the biotic constraint is the CND.
Okay, sir. Have you observed tuber rot incidents under flooded condition?
A little bit of extra moisture, yes, I have seen that. Not even it doesn't need to be a flooded condition. It's a a little bit of extra moisture for a couple of days, I have seen that root rot.
Okay. Then from Kerala Agriculture University, Dr. Shiba Rebecca is having a query on the use of drones for fertilizer application, whether it can be used to reduce manual labor.
Yes, possible. I think in other crops they are doing it, but for cassava, we are trying to train the farmer to apply fertilizer, and drone would be, yes, if it's a big field and someone can afford it, that of course an option.
Okay, then Dr. Sheila Yamman has a doubt with regard to the approximate cost of land penetrating radar. Approximate cost. Do you have any idea on the cost of the?
That's actually that was a prototype. I'm not. I'll have to get back to you, Dr. Sheila, about it. Michael Shalvarez is actually working on it. And yeah, I can get back to you. I think this is a collaboration between one of the US university with Michael, with SIAT and that university. They are developing it.
Okay, sir. Have you done any work on organic farming in cassava?
I haven't done. I should have mentioned it. We have established one experiment on a station that to look at the put some organic materials and with different fertilizer also side by side, and to make sure the cost of organic material, organic inputs, and the inorganic inputs are the same, and whether we get the similar kind of yield or not. But it takes a lot of organic matter to get to the same level of inorganic matter to be amount of nutrients. So it's if we want to go to the same level of then it will be I guess that it will be even expensive.
Okay, sir. One last query is on the approximate cost of weeding machine. Or whether
so there is no really particular weeding machine. That machine is also used by the harvesting the rice. Okay. So I think that one is about that's available in the market. I'm just I really cannot put a dollar.
Okay, okay. And not, so whether it is spacing adjustable type, that weeding machine?
No, that one is not. That one is not. That was from the market, so it's not. But I'm sure that with other the small tractors that has been done in the regions like in India, in Bangladesh, and in Nepal, with a small tractor that can be improvised, I'm sure.
Okay, sir. Thank you once again for the very nice and informative presentation, as well as for your nice interaction. And now we move on to the next speaker. The next speaker is Dr. Sanket. Dr. Sanket.
Yes, madam.
Shall I move on?
Yes, madam.
Shall I
move
move
on? Yes.
Okay, now we have the next speaker, young and smart Dr. Joy Adelaide. Dr. Joy Geraldine Adelaide has over 10 years of experience working in the areas of agrometeorology, soil fertility management, and conservation agriculture in Nigeria, United States, and Uganda. She works with National Root Crops Research Institute, Umudai, Nigeria, and is responsible for series of research projects focused on developing soil and crop management technologies for sustainable root and tuber crop production. A couple of her technologies are the living cover crop systems for willow bioenergy crop and the short fallow management with the legumes. For a PhD in plant production system from Wageningen University in Netherlands, she explored the yield potential of cassava and the dynamics of nutrient limitations in relation to water availability to obtain better insight and a theoretical understanding of how the crop responds to nutrient availability and application of fertilizers in different agroecologies. One of the novel aspects of her work was developing the Lindul cassava NPK model, a dynamic crop growth model for cassava that simulates potential, water limited, and NP and K limited growth. She has received several awards and fellowships and grants. A few of these are, that is the Ford Foundation International Fellowship Program. She has received grants from the Ford Foundation International Fellowship Program, African Women in Agriculture Research and Development Fellowship, abbreviated as award, Advanced Science Training Award, Netherlands Fellowship Program, and African Cassava Agronomy Initiative Project Grant. So now I call upon Dr. Joy Adelaide to speak on the topic, Modeling Nutrient Demand and Uptake in Lindul Cassava NPK. Please, Dr. Joy, please be very brief. Confine your lecture to 20 minutes so that we can have 10 minutes interaction.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you see my screen?
Yes, madam, we can see it.
Oh, thanks very much. I joined to welcome everyone to this important webinar on harnessing the potential of tropical tuber crops under changing climates. I'm going to present on behalf of the co-authors of this work, Dr. A.G.T. Scott and Professor Ken Gila of the Plant Production Systems at Wageningen University in the Netherlands. And I will be presenting on the topic, modeling nutrient demand and uptake in cassava using Lindul cassava NPK model. We'll go through the outlines with brief introductions, then talk about the model, then results, and we conclude. As been said earlier, climate change and its impact on agriculture have become a major area of research interest. And this area of research will remain important because we are required to reduce greenhouse gas emissions while increasing food production. So the projections are that the food security, I have to reduce something. Okay, sorry. The projections are that the food security will have to increase to over 100% by 2050. And this is due to the increase in population. So there is need for an in-depth understanding of plant nutrient demand and uptake under both favorable and adverse conditions. This is required in order to provide a robust and effective fertilizer recommendations that will increase yield sustainably following the 4R nutrient stewardship. Our crop of interest, cassava, Manhout esculenta crowns, is majorly grown in the tropics and subtropics for its edible crop. Cassava is processed, as said by the other authors, into different food forms for human consumption, feed for animals, and raw materials for related industries. So why cassava? Cassava is a crop of choice, especially at this time, because of its resilience to adverse growing conditions. It is tolerant to drought and can grow in poor soils where other crops fail, as was said earlier. So the photo on the screen is showing cassava of the same age growing, but under different management conditions. So our objective for this study was to develop and test a dynamic model that will simulate cassava growth limited by water and nutrient availability. For this research, the study was conducted in Nigeria, the largest cassava growing country in the world. And it was done between 2016 and 2018 within the 3 major agroecologies where cassava is grown in Nigeria. The locations include the rainforest represented by ACOM, then the transition rainforest represented by Epoma in Edo, then the Guinea Savannah as well, represented by Otubo in Benue State. Just an overview of the lentil model, the lentil cassava NPK model. This model was modified from already existing cassava model, water limited cassava model developed by Ezu et al. In 2018. I will discuss the major processes of this crop model, the major processes of cassava development and growth as captured by the model. The model looked at the soil nutrient supply of cassava, nutrients in the crop, then the crop nutrients translocation, crop nutrient uptake and partitioning at all growth stages of the crop, then growth rates as limited by nutrient stress. The two major sources of soil nutrient supply from the model considered in the model were nutrients present in the soil profile, then nutrients applied as fertilizers. And each of these nutrients were modeled in 3 states. We considered the plant available nutrients in the soil, then total nutrients from soil pools, and total available nutrients from fertilizer applications. And from this soil nutrient supply, the parameters used for soil were calculated. The formula below, that's the equation below the screen, shows how the soil nutrient supply was calculated in the model. So for the model description, I am going to talk about the model, how the model was done. For the nutrients in the soil, in the crop, the model has 3 states for biomass and NPK contents for each plant organ. And nutrient uptake depends on the total nutrient demand and availability of the nutrients in the soil. For translocation of crop nutrients, nutrient uptake was allocated to each organ depending on their weight. And also nutrients in the dying leaves. And also nutrients in the dying leaves were reallocated to different plant parts. For instance, nitrogen was reallocated to the stems, while the phosphorus and potassium were reallocated to the storage organs. So the crop nutrient demand in the model was calculated as a sum of the demand of each organ. And nutrient demand is expressed as the difference between the actual and maximum nutrients, maximum amounts of nutrients in the plant organ. In order to determine the total nutrient demand by the crop and the nutrient supply from the soil, both were converted to nutrient equivalents. And this was done because when the 3 major nutrients, N, P, and K, are expressed in terms of those nutrient equivalents, it becomes possible and reasonable to calculate the fractions of each of these nutrients being taken up in the sum of the 3. This idea was originated and developed by Yasun 2011. These are equations or formulas that were used for calculating the nutrient equivalent supply and the nutrient equivalent of plant uptake. And they were used as parameters in the soil. They are important parameters used in the model. Still on model descriptions, the nutrient stress in the model was calculated, was expressed in form of the nutrition indices. Crop nutrition index indicates the nutrient deficiency or sufficiency, luxury consumptions or excesses. And are below critical values for maximum growth rates. So values for nutrition indices were derived from the actual, minimum, and maximum concentrations that varied over the thermal time. The graphic by the right is showing the what we call the nutrient dilution curve. And from this nutrient dilution curve, the nutrition indices for NP and K were calculated using the formula as shown. Later, we combined the three nutrition indices to account for interaction in the model as it is in reality. Now on model parameterization, calibration, and testing. This is an important aspect of the model. The data used for the model parameterization was from Edo experiment field in Edo 2016. This experiment field enjoyed optimal growing conditions, and drought did not affect growth rates as we observed. And for the model calibrations, only 3 plant parameters were calibrated. The rest of the parameters used were obtained from data measured directly from the field. And that is the major advantage of the model. For model testing, this was done with independent data from other fields in other locations, Edo, Cross River, and Benue, in a different year, 2017. And this included data from water and nutrient limited conditions. So as shown, this table is showing the different fertilizer treatments that were used during the study. Treatment 1 to 10 were nutrient limiting because they were in a way shortened. While treatment 11 where 300, 100 and 300 MPK respectively were applied was considered non-nutrient limiting. This is a calibration results. This figure is showing the observed and simulated green leaves, stems, and storage root dry matter under both water and nutrient limited conditions across the locations, Edo, Benue, and Cross River. The red line is showing the yield simulated by the model at potential conditions. Then the blue and the green line, the blue and lightly green line is showing the model simulation of water and nutrient limited growth. The black dots represents the observed yield, observed data with standard errors. And as we can see with this result, the dynamics of cassava organ growth and dry matter production were well simulated by the lintel cassava NPK model. This is the model results on evaluation of nutrient limitations. The first panel of figure 2, the first row panel is showing the results of simulated N, P, and K nutrition indices and the relative interaction among the three nutrients. As is shown, the green line representing nitrogen, we can see that nitrogen was limiting at the onset of the growth period, but became sufficient when fertilizers were applied later on in the growing season. And nitrogen was sufficient throughout this growth period across all the treatments, as you can see if you follow the red lines. Then the blue line representing the phosphorus shows that phosphorus nutrition index shows that phosphorus was available from the beginning to the end of the growth period. So we had abundant phosphorus in the soil. While the red line is showing potassium. Potassium indeed was available enough, was sufficient at the beginning of the growing season, but later became deficient later on in the growth stage of cassava. And this happened all through the treatments. The second row panel is showing the results of the soil nutrients availability during the growth period of cassava. We could see that the model was able to simulate that imbalanced combinations of nutrients, for instance, in the treatments where lesser K was, if you follow the arrow, where lesser K was applied, that is K60, resulted in an excess of nitrogen in the soil. This occurrence anyway varied according to across the locations. The model testing results, this graphic is showing the model testing results. The observed and simulated storage routes, the first column, the first row, the first column is showing the storage routes yield. So the observed and simulated storage routes, N uptake, P uptake, and K uptake from both nutrient limiting and non-nutrient limiting conditions across the locations, including Benue. Benue is in red, and this location was affected. The growth rate of cassava was affected by drought and soil conditions. But the model was able to capture every scenario possibly well. And this shows that the model prediction accuracy of storage roots growth, N and PK optics was satisfactory with a good coefficient of determination, that is R square, between 0.7 and 0.8. Therefore, we conclude that this lentil cassava NPK model simulates well the effects of nutrient stress on nutrient uptake of cassava, crop growth rates, and yield of the crop. Also, the model was able to explain the differences between locations and treatments within the locations. Further, our results suggest that more N is needed at the onset of the season, of the growing season, or the growth stage of cassava, whereas K needs to be applied at the later stage of cassava, that's the later growth stage of the crop. This model enables a better understanding of spatial and seasonal variation in fertilizer recovery and nutrient use efficiency. So we recommend that that this model needs to be tested for other varieties of cassava and for other locations and agroecological zones or climatic zones. Also, the developed concept deserves to be tested for other crops, including the cereals. Further, there is need to include improved routines to more accurately estimate indigenous soil nutrient supply in the model. Thank you very much for listening. And this is for further readings if needed. Thank you.
Dr. Joy Adley, I am very much thankful to you for providing valuable insights into one of the latest advancement in nutrient management, that is precision nutrient management, that too by a dynamic crop growth model, lentil cassava NPK model, which enables actually higher yield and nutrient as well as a lower nutrient losses. So now the topic is open for discussion, and let me see the chat box. Actually, there is one query from Dr. Susan John. She wanted to know the expansion of lentil. Dr. Susan John is principal scientist of our institute in the Division of Crop Production.
The expansion of the lentil model.
What is LINTUL? What is expansion?
Okay, thanks for the question. Lentil model has just been developed. That's the lentil NPK, lentil cassava NPK model has just been developed. In fact, it is under review for publication, but we really want it to be tried, tested in different locations and for different crops. And that is why we are doing this today, to create awareness for the model and allow it to be tested by other scientists and for the various uses.
Okay, Dr. Baiju, he is using the QEFT model. So the QEFT is quantitative evaluation of fertility of tropical soils. So like that, she wanted to know whether there is an expansion for lintel.
Definitely,
Okay, now,
there is an expansion for lintel.
Light interception and utilization.
Okay, then the next query, let us move on to the next query. It is from Dr. Sanket. It is from Kiran Reddy. Can the model include micronutrients and organic carbon?
The model, lintel, analyzes crop growth of water limited and nutrient limited yield of cassava. So it's not been extended to include micronutrients yet. Already it's a difficult task to include nutrients like nitrogen, and maybe extended to now the phosphorus and the potassium. So micronutrients, not yet, but that may come later. And what other question was asked about if it could be used for what else?
Whether it could be used for drought studies.
Sure, it could be used for drought studies. As you could see from the results, from what I showed, it captured crop growth as affected by droughts in one of the locations where drought was a problem, that's Benue. The model captured very well the crop growth pattern exhibited in that location.
Okay, then I think there are no more queries pertaining to this presentation, specific to the topic. So I once again thank you, Dr. Joy, for the very excellent presentation, nice presentation, as well as for the interaction.
Thank you very much.
So now we move on to the next speaker, Dr. Sanket. Is it okay?
Yes, madam, please.
So the next speaker is Dr. Arthur Willorden, Professor, Sweet Potato Research Station, College of Agriculture, Louisiana State University, Louisiana, USA. He holds PhD in horticulture with specialization in plant breeding from Louisiana State University with research focus on molecular characterization of variability in sweet potato seed systems. Friends, every long journey begins with single small steps. Thus, Dr. Arthur Willorden has moved to the position of professor step by step, starting from instructor, graduate assistant, agriculture research associate, postdoctoral research associate, assistant professor, associate professor, and finally professor due to his concerted and focused research efforts, I will say. He has been honored and recognized with a number of awards. Notable ones are Tipton Team Research Award in recognition of excellence in research, LSU Accender G&H Seed Research Excellence Award, Distinguished Service Award, Louisiana State Sweet Potato Association, Southern Region of the American Society of Horticultural Science Julian C. Miller Distinguished Researcher Award, American Society for Horticultural Science Outstanding Publication Award for papers. He has to his credit more than 50 research papers and 11 patents. With privilege, I now invite Dr. Arthur to deliver a lecture titled Root System Architecture Changes in Response to Resource Availability Gradients, the Missing Link in Zinc Strength Determination in Sweet Potato. Sir, please, your time starts now. Kindly restrict your presentation to 20 minutes so that we can have some fruitful interactions as well for 10 minutes.
Thank you, Dr. Soja, for that kind introduction. And thank you for the invitation to present some of my work here at this webinar. I really appreciate it. I'm sorry. So I am based at the Sweet Potato Research Station in Chase, Louisiana. Our campus is located in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. It's somewhere in the middle of the state here. Our research station is located about 2.5 hours north of the main campus. The reason why it's located here is because it's the main sweet potato production area of Louisiana. This is also the main sweet potato production corridor in the southeastern United States, where 70% of the sweet potato is grown in the US. There is some production in California, about 8,000 hectares, and also in Hawaii. Now, I'd also like to mention that some production in Ontario, Canada. So basically, I'm a member of the sweet potato research and development team of the LSU Ag. We address different aspects of the crop. Our research station's main objective is to produce foundation seed for growers. I'm also a member of the breeding team. My focus is, of course, production research. We have dedicated scientists addressing disease management. We also have scientists addressing weed management, a part-time scientist addressing insect management, post-harvest processing, and a small cadre of extension personnel. These are the average maximum and minimum temperatures for the area. And obviously, these parameters affect what the grower can do at any given time of year. We use storage roots as our main propagation unit, unlike other systems where vines are used because we can only grow one crop per year. And because there's a cold phase there during the winter, our growers use this as our primary main propagation unit. So the cycle starts early for the grower in our area. These are actually seed roots being bedded in the soil around late spring. So this is still quite early, March and April. To warm up the soil, plastic is put over it to encourage sprouting. And within 45 days, the sprouts are ready for cutting. So that corresponds to our optimum planting window, which is May and June. A grower has to be able to plant in May and June because towards the end of the season, the temperatures are cold and will not encourage growth. So we are really constrained by these parameters, and we have to be very efficient in everything that we do. And that also dictates the kind of research and development that we do. So planting occurs in May and June. If I were to pick the optimum planting dates, that would be May 15 towards June 15, but really that depends on the temperature. Within 3 to 4 months, the crop is ready for harvest. The grower also is aware that he or she needs to manage harvesting very carefully because at this part of the season, there's a risk for frost. We can only grow one crop per year. So after harvest, the crop is cured and stored 15 degrees Celsius, 85% humidity, and that will help to ensure a year-round supply of sweet potatoes. This is an example of the type of weather anomalies that can threaten production and harvest towards the end of the season. This was in 2018. This wasn't frost. This was actually a light snow event. We don't normally get snow in our area. That's why we can grow sweet potatoes. But for this particular year, the weather became so erratic. This is from our station, and this was a 2-hectare field. It was a very costly field because we intend to sell this as seed to growers next year. Of course, after a day, we know it's a tropical crop. This is what it looks like after a snow event. We had to abandon this field. In the same year, there was also another erratic weather pattern towards the end of the season. This was a commercial field. The grower already started to dig sweet potatoes, but excessive rainfall came during the 1 or 2 days. He was unable to dig the crop, finish the harvest, and so the grower lost quite a bit of inputs here in terms of economic inputs. This is a photo I took in Western Kenya when I visited there in 2004. And I think many of you will agree that this could be any smallholder farm anywhere in Sub-Saharan Africa or South Asia, Pacific, or Latin America. and the papayas there can be bananas or coconuts. And I think you also will agree with me that this might be characterized as a low input agriculture system with very minimal inorganic fertilizer inputs, if at all. There might be some manure put, but depending on location. And I think you also will agree with me that this is the most vulnerable production system because it's already subject to biotic and abiotic stress, and any major change in climate patterns will really impact the yield potential of this smallholder farm. So it is part of our job to understand how the plant responds to these changes and to develop tools, methods, and genotypes that the farmer can use in order to be resilient. There is now an increased premium for uniform size and shape because especially processing now, processors pay a lower amount to growers versus fresh market buyers. And so the growers have this extra incentive to be more productive. The processors like a certain shape for French fry, for fries. It doesn't mean that they don't pay off grades. It only means that they pay a lower price for sizes that are beyond their specifications. I took this photograph in March, right after we went and shut down because of the pandemic. I would never have thought that in my stay here that I would come to a grocery store and not find sweet potatoes. But there was panic. Many people were buying things. They bought everything they thought would help them survive the shutdown. And you know, I would really define this as a few hours or days of food insecurity. Now, this food supply chain is a complicated issue, but we work with the producer who is at the very head of the food supply chain. We work with the producer to help ensure that the producer is sustainable and stays economically viable. So that really defines my job description. For a grower to be economically sustainable in our production system, in our location, the production costs are about $4,000 per acre. That's about $8,000 per hectare, approximately. And so the grower has to produce at least 15 tons per hectare to be able to pay the grower's bills. In other words, the grower has to produce more than 30 tons per hectare to be able to survive and to pay the bills and to be able to farm. So that is part of my work, to understand the constraints that prevent the grower from harvesting 30 tons per hectare. So in this particular case, in this panel here, I'm not doing my job if I don't understand why the grower is able to produce only half the amount of roots per hectare. This panel here is the ideal outcome. The grower is sustainable and I'm doing my job. My approach to my work is guided by what I call as a storage root formation dogma. In sweet potato, within the first 3 to 5 days, the roots that appear are essentially your 80% of your potential yield. Sometimes it's 90% of your potential yield, depending on variety. Because we are really forced to be efficient in our production system, we place an emphasis on managing the first 20 days in order to maximize our productivity. And that means ensuring that these roots are able to undergo storage root formation. Now, an interesting thing about these roots is that when you section them, when you cut them, the protoxylem poles are either 5 or 6. Now, just keep this in your mind for now because that becomes relevant later on. If the conditions are optimal, those roots will undergo cambium development. That signifies meristematic activity, cell division, repetitive cell division, starts accumulation, and therefore that translates to growth. There is another alternative route that is not desirable, and that is the route where the root becomes lignified and is unable to become a storage root. And that's part of my job, is to understand what causes this so that the grower will change the management scheme or in order to achieve the other desired goal. Today, we're going to address the classic sourcing model. Many of us are quite familiar with this. Essentially, the source is where the photosynthesis occurs, and that's essentially sucrose, because sucrose is the vital ingredient for making starch. And without starch, we don't have our storage roots, we don't have our tuber crops. Many of us use the sourcing model to explain problems, to solve modeling problems, but really a lot of us don't use it to solve practical problems. Well, today I'm going to attempt to bridge that gap. One way of explaining the difference in size of these roots for this particular plant is that this may have a reduced sink strength and this may have an increased sink strength. But sink strength is really a controversial term in some circles. There's quite a bit of misunderstanding about it. In fact, in sweet potato, there's been a variation in definitions. For example, Lowe and Wilson in '74 defined sink strength as simply the diameter of the root. Later on, Bagsari and Ashley defined sink strength as storage root number. And then Iguchi defined in sweet potato as root dry weight. And later on, when tools became available, sucrose gene activity was also defined as sink strength. Obviously, we understand that this particular enzyme is important for the breakdown of sucrose once it reaches the sink organ, be it a root or a tuber. So it's really a critical step in the starch synthesis. And of course, the enzyme involved in starch synthesis. One of your colleagues is actually a member of the authors who submitted this paper, and they introduced a seed storage protein into sweet potato, and it actually changed the photoassimilate movement. So very interesting work. But the majority of these reports fail to account for those initial roots. We understand that those roots don't yet know that they're going to become a big root or a small storage root. So there's a gap between those early formed roots and the final storage root that we see at harvest. So today I'm going to attempt to bridge that gap. And my sink strength story actually begins in Israel. I was very fortunate enough to go in a mini sabbatical in Israel at the Volcano Research Institute. And during my first week there, I was trying to find a store to get provisions. And I find these sweet potatoes in the store. And as scientists, we are trained to look for patterns in nature, to understand what causes patterns, and to understand what happens if those patterns are disrupted. Now, if you remember that root early on, that is 5 or 6 protoxylem poles, you see this one root, that's a lateral root coming out. When I say lateral root, it's a branch root coming out from the main root. Well, I counted those rows of lateral roots, and there are 5 or 6 of them. And I said, what if at 3 to 5 days, those lateral roots have to emerge before that root becomes initiated or before the cambium activity develops? Now, a lot of you might say, well, those aren't scars. Those aren't lateral root scars. Those are eyes. Well, many of my colleagues use the term eyes as well, but when you use the term eyes, you miss the connection between the biological system. But I really didn't invent the word lateral root scars, because as early as 1916, Florence McCormick noted the correspondence between the number of rows of lateral root scars and the protoxylem points. So this is nothing new. It's been coined over 100 years now. And then in 1944, Yasui really proposed the word scar to refer to those. And Yasui said there are 5 or 6 rows of those, 5 or 6 rows of the scars on this mature storage root. So now I now had this hypothesis that before the root undergoes cambium development, it has to undergo a complete branching, that all the lateral roots needs to emerge. So at that time, I wasn't really into studying roots, but I had to learn new techniques. Well, these weren't new techniques. These are old techniques that has been used by root scientists for Arabidopsis and other model plants. They can grow them in petri dishes. So we use sand because it's easier to wash the sand off. We had to optimize a scanning system, again, optimized for small rooted plants. And we had to improvise. We were very fortunate that we didn't have to count manually the root tips and measure the length, because at that time, WinRiser was available. Now I'm gonna put a plug here for a new software released by Dr. Larry York. This is a WinRiser software. It's free, and it almost does a good job of WinRiser. WinRiser costs about $12,000, but his software is free. So while I'm here, I would like to mention this, and do try and download that software from Dr. Larry York's website. So a critical step we had to do was to ensure that what we were looking at in terms of root architecture really corresponded to initiation. So we classified each root as storage root if there was anomalous cambium. We classified it as a pencil root if it was partially, if it did primary cambium but no anomalous cambium. And it was classified as a lignified root if the whole steel tissue was lignified. And once we look at the data, it was quite amazing. So looking at the lateral root length here. So essentially, if you take each of these lateral roots, and put them end to end, you'd be about, let's say you plant 35,000 plants per hectare. That's almost 35 kilometers of roots if those branches were cut and put end to end. And that's just mind-boggling to me. And what those roots do, they absorb water, they absorb nutrients. So now we can look at this root system. It's competing for nutrients and water, and this little root here is unable to compete because it simply has no branches to be able to absorb water. So everything now is falling together. There's a direct relationship between branching and yield potential. And this little picture really captures it all. So you have this swollen root at 20 days. It's got branches, but this root here isn't swollen. And it's got no branching. So the next thing to do is to show that we can actually manipulate the branching. And the first factor, the first variable that we look at was water. We know water is a very important resource. Many growing areas lack water. So it is a very simple test. We grow plants for 20 days. After 10 days, we stop watering some plants. And then to simulate excessive water, we overwatered some plants. And then this is our control. Our control is 50% of field capacity. So that is really our principle. You water half of the soil volume so that the other half is able to breathe and the roots are able to grow. So that is our control. And in many research in the field studies, it's been shown that yield reductions in sweet potato are possible without water. And look at the difference in the lateral root count. It's almost like 50%. In fact, saturated water conditions can actually bring about potential reduction in lateral root count. So here we're already equating lateral root count in terms of yield, because we can essentially show that branching is required for yield, storage yield development. The next limiting nutrient, which Dr. Dill really showed early on in cassava, is nitrogen. Globally, in other crops, it's an important limiting nutrient. So again, 20-day plants, this was 0N. Once we added 50 kilograms of nitrogen, there was a dramatic change in the response of the roots. And now you begin to see, oh, look at the root development, it's able to take up water and nutrients. But look at this, there's virtually, less than half of and that helps explain the response in cassava earlier. Dr. Adele said that nitrogen was needed early on. Well, that's part of the story there. You do need nitrogen for that root development to develop. And if you're unable to develop this, your yield potential is reduced right away. The other side of the story is that sometimes our grower put out too much nitrogen, and we tell them that it's not doing you any good. Well, this helps explain that, because no matter how much nitrogen you put out, it's not going to benefit the root architecture, your yield potential. In fact, it's potentially going to reduce it. So in our field studies, we our recommendation has always been around this range, 50 kilograms per hectare. That's our recommended right now for nitrogen. And you can see that the greenhouse data corroborates our field data. I get a couple more slides to go. I'm 20 minutes now, but I'll try to wind this up. We tried to simulate variation in nitrogen distribution in the soil. So this was a split root system. So each compartment got different rates. So this is plus plus and minus minus, and this was plus minus. And again, there was a dramatic effect in terms of the presence of N. So not only do we have to apply the proper amount of N, we have to also properly distribute in the soil. Otherwise, that gradient in the soil is going to affect your yield potential, potentially your shape, and your sizing as well. Virus incidence is very important in root crops in general. And in this little study, we combined virus stress and nutrient stress. So the green block here shows the presence of N. This one here shows the absence of N. So you have nutrient stress, and when you add in virus stress, root architecture becomes even more impacted. So that demonstrates that in the real world, the grower is faced with multiple threats at the same time, and somehow a root architecture which enables it to produce branches despite the biotic and abiotic stress has a better chance of surviving than a root architecture with less branching. Finally, phosphorus. Phosphorus is one of the limiting nutrients globally. And this is a field-grown sweet potato of different varieties with phosphorus and without phosphorus. And you can see that different varieties respond differently to the phosphorus availability and no availability. But you can see that, no phosphorus and plus phosphorus, the growth becomes limited. We always think that nitrogen is, is an important limiting factor for growth, but phosphorus as well can be an important limiting factor for sweet potatoes and potentially other root crops. Well, look at the root development here for the no phosphorus side of the field. Look at the root architecture versus the roots in the control with phosphorus. You can see that they're producing more lateral roots. They're trying to really adapt to the low phosphorus by producing more lateral roots, more root hairs to increase the absorbing area. So this would be a desirable genotype to be had in low input conditions because it is able to compensate for that low phosphorus by increasing root surface area. So finally, I skipped a couple of slides. I'm sorry for that. So this is my revised sorting model that accounts for different root sizing. In this particular case, you have roots with less branching and then roots with more branching. And we know already what can cause that. So based on that sourcing model, this root is going to eventually become a storage root. So given that data that we have, we're still continuing the study. In terms of water limitation, deeper roots will perform better than shallower roots. In terms of nitrogen and phosphorus limitation, more profuse lateral roots are preferred versus non-profuse lateral roots to enable the plant to really survive these conditions. There are technical challenges in incorporating root traits in breeding programs. Right now, there's no way of imaging roots in real time in the field. Most of our work is in greenhouse, but the work continues. And I think it's going to be a potential area of investigation that root and tuber crops will benefit from. With that, I apologize for coming for 4 minutes over my time, but I think I will now take questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, sir, that was a very nice and impressive presentation on the root system architecture, how it changes in response to nutrient availability gradient. You have just like your professional career or professional achievement, by starting from the basics, one by one, step by step, you have from a simple, from simplicity, you have come to a complex issue or a complex, you have dealt in such a very simple way. Actually, you have highlighted the severity of the frost, cold and winter in the beginning and the classic source sink model, and adding to that a little bit of anatomy and the physiology of the sweet potato. And the sink strength story was excellent, sir. And thank you so much for that. On behalf of the organizers, I once again thank you. Immensely, I thank you. Now we will take the queries in the chat box. So the first question is from Dr. Jay Prakash, who is heading our Division of Crop Protection at ICAR-CTCRI. The tubers look free from sweet potato weevil infestation. Is it because of excess moisture in the soil? What is the remedy you use to manage this pest?
Thank you very much. Because it gets too cold for us in the winter, the weevil populations are able to overwinter, so that helps us. But the last 5 to 10 years, it's became warmer, and the weevil populations have moved up, crept up northern, the northern part of the state. So before we had no weevils at the research station, but this year we had problems with weevil. And once we find weevils in our seed crop, it becomes quarantined. So there's a reason why some of the roots are weevil free. It's because we don't have weevils in most of our production. It's just too cold during the winter for the weevils to overwinter.
Okay, the next we have a query from Dr. Ganesh Pawar, Rahuri. Some research studies reveal that the tuber crops absorb toxic heavy metals. So how this problem can be overcome?
Very good question. In fact, I'll be in another Zoom meeting in about 2 hours to meet with a group from our Department of Agriculture and a baby food company. They're interested in looking at heavy metals in baby food. So I don't have a lot of research in that, but maybe we'll have some information in the next couple of years.
Okay,
Thank
sir.
you.
Okay, that's fine, sir. And could you share the few basic management principles to ensure a high number of storage roots formation in the first 20 days of growth?
Very good question. It's a very complex question, but I can name a few key factors. Clean seed.
Susan has added something.
We need to start with clean virus-tested seed. If we have infected seed, the yield becomes reduced. So we have to start with clean seed. Variety. It's been pinpointed that varieties can be very location-specific. And so some varieties are more broader than in terms of that addition to others, but variety. But in our production system, we recommend 50 kilograms of nitrogen for the whole season, preferably split applied. Our phosphorus ranges between 80 to 100 kilograms per hectare, depending on the soil test. We encourage growers to take soil tests so that we can adjust the fertilizer rates. Our potassium is a bit heavier in terms of, like Dr. Adilis showed, root and tuber crops by nature require very high potassium. So our potassium recommended rates range from 150 to 200 grams per hectare. And then in California, they basically farm in the desert, so they need to water. They use drip irrigation. Again, the principle of not overwatering, so we try to water 50% of field capacity. So those would be, again, weed management. We use some herbicides, but not a lot of options for us. Just enough to control broadleaves and the grasses. We do a lot of handling, and then of course, we try to keep ahead of the worms later in the season. So there's a lot of other things, but that once you have the clean seed covered, once you have the variety covered, the rest of the management aspects becomes more routine.
So another question from Dr. John Lowe. How does soil structure influence the nitrogen distribution and uptake? Is it more beneficial to have nitrogen from manure versus fertilizer?
So let me see. So soil structure, right? So the first question is about soil structure, and the second question is about the source of the nitrogen.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Source of nitrogen.
Source of
So, okay. Okay. So we are on silt loam soils. So obviously, it's a heavier soil. It has higher organic matter. But in California, in North Carolina, there are sandier soils. The organic matters are quite a bit low. So they do recommend a higher nitrogen rate, double than what you recommend. In California, I'm hearing between 100 and 150 kilograms per hectare for the whole season. That's quite high. Yes. And in terms of source, okay. So really, we have some organic production systems. They're using organic approved materials, but for the rest of production systems, we use either urea or a blend of urea and nitrate, but basically it's all inorganic nitrogen. So I hope that answers the question, Jan.
Sir, I have one question, sir.
Yes.
Sir, drought effect on RSA. Would you please enlighten us, please?
Yes, right, correct. There's been a lot of very interesting work in the model systems, model systems as Arabidopsis and in cereals. And a lot of data show that really water supply is essential in architecture development. Obviously, in sweet potato, the impact of drought is direct. You can see in our data that the architecture was severely suppressed. So obviously, you need water for the cells to divide. After all, cells 80% water. So there's a mechanical limit to how much the system can absorb the lack of water. So the root system adjusts. It will not invest in carbon unless it's able to recover water nutrients from the soil. It's there are basic things in plant physiology that we can really understand before we can consider other things in improving architecture. But yes, basically water is a big constraint, not only because first the root has to develop. And unless the root develops its primary architecture, it's unable to produce storage roots. It won't invest in carbon anymore if there's not the ability to grow because water is not there.
Sir, any studies effect of elevated CO2 on the root system architecture? Any such studies?
That's a very, very good question. And I think there's been a lot of studies that we may benefit to a certain degree. But once you have a lot of CO2, what other nutrients or limiting factors now come into play? So CO2 will increase, will get potential increased yields, but what our data suggests that up to a certain point, something else becomes limiting.
Thank you, sir.
Actually, we have a lot of questions in the chat box, and that will be, sir, Dr.
I would like to ask one question, permit.
Yes, definitely.
Dr. Willodon, thank you so much for your excellent presentation. I just have one doubt to possibly can clarify. You said this lateral root formation is an indication for a storage root formation. So some of the tubers which have smooth surface with very few lateral roots also become storage roots. And conversely, some of the roots which develop a lot of lateral roots doesn't form storage roots. Both the things are happening.
Okay.
So, how do you explain that?
Yeah, to clarify, lateral root formation makes the root competent. It doesn't ensure that it becomes a storage root. So there's another signal involved, and we're working on that. But before swelling, it has to achieve primary growth. So that's the point. So once you understand that it's required for swelling, then the management now is to optimize branching. But there are many genotypes in the field in breeding populations that are proliferating lateral roots, but there's no swelling. We think they're hypersensitive to either phosphorus or nitrogen. And that's where breeding comes in, because we have to be able to know where to breed, because if you develop a variety with low phosphorus tolerance, it might not do well in an environment with high phosphorus. we have so many African varieties that are land races that we try to grow in the States, and they split, they crack. We think that it's responding to excessive sun because it's brought about by too much nitrogen or phosphorus. We're selected in an area where basically there was very low N and very low P.
In my own observation, what I have observed is the storage routes which are becoming to develop into storage routes, they show during second or third week after planting the anomalous cambial activity. That clearly indicates that route is going to become a storage route.
Correct, correct. And if you and like I said, if you count the number of rows on a mature storage route, when you can, it's either going to be 5 or 6. I get to find one with 4 rows. I probably saw one with 7, but it's going to be either 5 or 6. And that's really, to me, it's really amazing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, sir. Actually, there are a number of some more questions in the chat box. Due to shortage of time, we are stopping now. That will be answered through emails as informed by the organizers. So I once again thank all the 3 speakers for their very nice and informative lecture. And once again, I thank the organizers also for giving me this opportunity. Thank you all once again. And with this, the session on integrated crop and soil management has come to an end.
Thank you, madam. One thing I would like to say to Dr. Villadon, for him, it's like around very early in the morning, and he's been there with us since 3:30 in the morning at his local time. So, sir, we really appreciate, and you've taken your time out of your busy schedule, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. I've been drinking 3 coffees now, so I'm good.
Thank you, sir. Really, thank you. And I cannot forget your cheerful face, sir. I mean, really, that smile is really wonderful. Thank you, sir. So we will move on to our next session, our last session, which is plant health management. So I will request Dr. Veena, principal scientist and moderator of the session, to introduce the speakers and moderate the session. Madam, please.
Good evening. Let's move on to the third technical session on plant health management. Healthy plants mean healthier people, and the health of plants is of vital importance to everyone. Considering the importance of plant health, the UN General Assembly declared 2020 as the International Year of Plant Health. The plant health is under escalated stress due to new and re-emerging pests, ensuing intense agriculture, climate change, and loopholes in quarantine measures. Climate change can affect the population size, survival rate, and geographical distribution of pests. Developing ways to cope with these threats is crucial, and the plant health management strategies include sanitation, clean stock, host resistance, and control through biological, cultural, environmental, chemical, and regulatory means. In this context, today we will be discussing about emerging insects, pests, and diseases in tropical tuber crops, the effect of climate change on diseases, eco-friendly strategies developed to manage emerging pests, and way forward to mitigate the loss by giving emphasis to plant health. This session we have 2 speakers, and the first speaker is Dr. C. A. Jayaprakash, Principal Scientist, Entomology. Presently, he is serving as Head, Division of Crop Protection, ICAR Central Tuber Crops Research Institute, Srikaryam, Thiruvananthapuram. Dr. Jayaprakash started his career with Central Sericultural Research and Training Institute, Karnataka, India in 1985 and worked there for 4 years. He joined ICAR-CTCRI in 1989. He has more than 3 decade experience in various aspects of management of pests of tropical crops. His area of expertise is phytochemical-based insect pest management. Dr. Jayaprakash is popularly known as biopesticide man among farming community. His team has developed 3 cassava leaf-based biopesticides, namely Nanma, Menma, and Shreya. All 3 biopesticides were proved to be effective alternatives to synthetic insecticides. Apart from pests of tropical tuber crops, they have excellent potential to control pseudostem borer of banana and sucking pests of vegetables and other crops. Dr. Jayaprakash is the recipient of many awards. To name a few: Harita Award, Karmasreshta Award, Swadeshi Innovation Award, Podhananda Research Foundation Award, and Best Scientist Award instituted by Kerala Farm Journalist Forum. He is the member of governing bodies of many national organizations and professional societies. Dr. Jayaprakash has more than 100 publications in peer-reviewed and high-impact journals. He has guided more than 10 PhD students, and he has visited more than 10 countries, including Thailand, Saudi Arabia, Ghana, South America, Bosnia, China, Germany, Canada, and Spain. And he is the principal investigator of many externally aided projects. With this brief introduction, may I now invite Dr. C.A. Jayaprakash to deliver the talk on development of eco-friendly strategies to manage emerging pests in tropical tuber crops under changing climate. Sir, please. Sir, kindly restrict your talk for 20 minutes so that we can have 10 minutes for discussion. Please.
Thank you, Dr. Veena, for your nice introduction. Respected DDG, ADG, fellow speakers, and my dear participants, a very good evening and good morning to everybody. What I am going to speak now is the innovation which we developed in our laboratory to mitigate the important pest of tropical tuber crops. As you are aware, there is a global drive to search effective or befitting alternatives to synthetic insecticides. In these aspects, the work which we have done in our laboratory is a basic work which definitely will pave the way for developing some eco-friendly insecticide to contain this pest. And I'll be talking only about two pests now because of the positive time. One is sweet potato weevil, other one is mealybug. Mealybug, of course, in cassava as well as yams. First, come to the sweet potato. Its importance, I did not stress here. Everyone knows it. And these soils, the major pest of sweet potato, the Xylus formicaris, sweet potato weevil, it's a major pest. Usually, we used to keep pheromone trap as one of the components in insect pest management. Here you can see that when we keep the pheromone trap, hundreds of scores of males are attracted, underline males only, it's a male attractant, it's a male attractant. And collecting all these males or annihilation of all these males, does it control the pest? Absolutely not. From our observation, what we found, because the reason is the sex ratio is not exactly 1:1. Our observation says that it is 1 is to 1.05. This is female dominated. So by keeping this pheromone trap in the field, and if you are able to collect this many males, that indicates more than these females are there in your field, and you have to take appropriate measures to contain it. And these pests are nocturnal in habit. They will be very active during night. So first, our objective was, what time the pest is most active? From dusk to dawn, which time it is more active? And these are a very feeble flyer. So how the vertical, how much it can go? These two aspects, first we try to tackle it. So we kept these pheromone traps in 5 plots, like these five plots. Lures are there, and this we kept early morning 4 o'clock. Early morning 4 o'clock. And just like Dr. Arthur will have for you, it's 4 o'clock probably now. And this trap, then every 2 hours interval, we collected the weevil and counted. This we continued 24 hours continuously. Like this, 4 o'clock we started, and you can see here, this is, every 2 hour intervals we collected, like 5 a.m., 7 p.m., 9 p.m., like that, even midnight, 1 a.m., 3 a.m., like that. And the collected specimens were brought into the laboratory the same night and segregated and counted. Now this is repeated, and we got a wonderful result in the sense that the insect is more active between 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. This peak, you can just ignore it. This is a spill, this is a surge only. Whenever you keep the trap, all the residue will be formed, will be attracted into that. So this you can ignore it, and the insect is most active between 7 to 11 p.m. This is we repeated and we got the same result. So now it is ensured its activity is more due between 9 to 11 p.m. and peak at 9 p.m. Now our objective was how the vertical its flight, how high it can fly. What we have done, the same pheromone trap we kept in 3 levels, one at ground level, second one meter, 2 meter, 3 meter, like that. And we found that whatever we kept at the ground level attracted more insects. And even 1 meter is okay, but 2 meter height, it cannot fly. 3 meter, you just forget about it. Even 2 meters. So its flight range, its vertical flight range is maximum, you can say, to 1 meters. Now we realize the insect is very active between 7 to 11 p.m. and it can fly 1 meter maximum. Then we developed a device, electronic device, and we did, it's called insectigation. Along the water, the insecticides also pumped out. For that, the biopesticide, what Dr. Veena, the introduction we told about the biopesticide which we developed, it's another variant we prepared, and which we put into this tank and put a pump here, and this is connected to an electronic device here. Here we are able to program it, and this is programmed such a way that as the weevil is very active between 7 to 11 p.m. night, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock only it starts working. And this is connected, everything is connected. You can see here, these are the sprinklers kept around. Now it is completely, it is spraying is there between 7 to 11 p.m. And the periodical observation, what you have taken, we found that this insecticide, this type of application, definitely disturbing the weevil population, mating, as well as damage of the plant. This work is going on now. And another thing what we did, as a search of some green molecule, some green pesticide, we have, this is a PhD work of my student, Mrs. Sinsi. She has collected the microorganisms from different agroecological systems, and we found one strain of Beauveria bassiana is excellent in killing this pest. Like this, you can see here, this is the adult. Usually its longevity, this can live 90 to 120 days or average 100 days. But when it is infested by this Beauveria, you can see here how thickly populated here the spores of this one. So within 10 days, the insects could be killed. It curtailed its longevity from 120 to just 10 days. That is the beauty of this microorganism, Beauveria bassiana, one strain what we collected, we tested. Now the problem is how to apply this in the field. Two things are there. One is this is nocturnal in habit. It will come night only. Second, it's a flyer. So direct spraying upon the pest is something impossible. Then we discussed, we thought about it. Before that, what we have done is, you see, it's the entire body, you can see here, it is infested. And we have done its scanning electron microscopy, and we found that the spores are covered the entire body, the whole insect, head, lateral side, you can see wherever intersegmental regions are there, wherever flexibility is there, through that spore can go inside, ramify, make mycelium ramify, and within 9 days it will be killed. And we studied its spore count also. Even with 10 to the power of 1, the insects could be killed within 13 days, 100% mortality. This is 100% mortality, 10 to the power of 1. But in the case of 10 to the power of 6, within 9 days, complete mortality is there. Otherwise, this will live for 120 days or 100 days. So very effectively, we could curtail its longevity by applying this Beauveria. Now the problem is how to apply this insecticide in the field. Can we spray it? No, because it's a flyer, we cannot. There what we did it, we found the dead insect, the cadaver, when we just took one cadaver and different normal insects also will link together. Like 1:10, 1:25, 1:50, 1:100, 1:200, 1:400. This is a laboratory study, and we found that one infected cadaver can kill 100% at 1:200 range. Now this is we established later. Later what we did is we made a silo card. Silo card means Silas formicaris is the scientific name. That is why we call it silo card. In that card, in different numbers of the infected insects, we put it like this, and this we kept it in the field like this along the pheromone trap. This is the pheromone lure. So what will happen is usually when we keep the pheromone trap in the field, at the bottom we used to take either some insecticide or some soap solution to kill the trapped insects. Here something is different. No, we don't want to kill the trapped weevil, because one thing is that's a male attractant. So adult male and female will not make much harm to the crop because they will just feed only. The problem is the damage is mainly because of the female deposits egg after hatching. That grub only making all the problem. So male will not make much problem. So once the male is attracted into the trap, it will automatically contaminate with this spores, and it goes back. When it mates with the female, the spores transfers and that will be killed. This work is going on. This is second thing. Next, our objective was, so the pheromone, it attracts only males. Why can't you search for some pheromone which attracts female also? Because the females are attracted towards the crop. The plant is producing a chemo signal as a oviposition stimulant. Is it possible to extract that one? We collected leaves, stem, everything, and using different solvents, right from polar to non-polar, different combination, we did it. Ultimately, we get one product, one chemical, that when we kept in the field, hundreds of weevil attracted. But the surprise is here that the weevils are also male, just like pheromone. So the question is plant able to produce a pheromone exactly like if the insect is producing? This is the question here. But if you look at in 1983, in the Nature, Gibson and Pickett, they have published one paper. They say that the mices perseek the aphid, the potato aphid, can be driven away by the plant producing an alarming pheromone. But in that case, the plant is producing the alarming pheromone just to drive away its enemy. But here, the plant is producing its own, what you call digging its own graveyard. What is the reason behind it? I had a different type. I had lots of rounds of the discussion with international scientists who are working in the field of pheromone technology. And one of the answers what I got is that this is not because of your chemical. It is the trap what you had used for this study had been using for some pheromone work. Probably that residue would be the reason for attracting the pest. So what I did, I've taken a separate container, separate arrangements like this, arrangements like this. Those we are sterilized and made a trap and kept in the field. You can see here, there are empty numbers of this one. And by using this one, I made a small movie also like this. You can see the small movie which I made. Yeah, this is the real culprit killing the plant, the grub. This is the adult. Yeah, this is the chemical we extracted from the plant in a particular solvent. We are, yes, yeah, sorting to the cotton. Yeah, we made a trap just like pheromone trap. There's no pheromone, nothing except our chemical. You can see here, there is not even a single weevil nearby here when now. There is not even a single weevil nearby here. But after some time, after a few minutes, depending upon the wind velocity, you can see here how the insects are attracting towards that one. Yeah, we repeated the same experiment in several times and ensured the result. You can see how agile these insects are. But surprisingly, all are males. You can see the numbers. Now that is that what about sweet potato weevil. Another pest what I wanted to say.
Sir, sorry to interfere. You'll be getting another 5 minutes.
Enough, I can stop it even before that one. Then this is a mealybug. I told about mealybug. So management of this mealybug by using insecticide, the insect what is available in the market, are unable to fully control this pest. What was the reason behind it? This mealybug, I have taken two mealybugs. One is Rhizicus amorphophilus, yam mealybug, and other one is cassava mealybug. This yam mealybug is seen in all arrowheads and everywhere. You can see here at the time of storage, and also in the cassava field like this. So the complaint or the query what we got from the farmers are, whenever they use some insecticide, there is no absolute control, but little bit control is there. What is the reason? So what we did, we realized the reason is our first interest was in the biology. If you look at, after hatching, the young one moves around as a crawler, that settles somewhere. From there, it produces the mealy substance. So we wanted to know whether mealy substance is produced by a particular region. Glands are situated in a particular region. To study this one, we have done the SEM photograph of this SEM, and we found this is produced from the entire body of this insect. And you can see here, once the shield is formed, once the system is formed, it is a complete protection giving to the younger one seeing inside that one. So insecticide, whatever available in the market, suppose when you apply it, those insecticides often fail to cut open this shield that one, and thus they fail to kill the adult. So realizing this one, and we did all the chemistry part, and now we realize what is the structure, what is the ultrastructure, and realizing from this, we have made one biopesticide by using this waste of cassava leaf and tuberane. It's a major waste, bio waste. From that, by using a machinery designed by us and developed 3 biopesticides, Dr. Veena told, rightly told, Nanma, Menma, Shreya. This is local parlor names only. And if you just spray this Shreya biopesticide, just say biopesticide, you can see here these are the white patches, the mealy substance. Once it is applied, all the white mealy substance will be completely dissolved. You can see here now it is naked, completely naked. And one disadvantage also is there here, the applying Shreya. Shreya, it cannot kill the egg stages because egg has got a very strong chorion. Through that, it cannot be. What we did, no problem at all. You can just wait for 1 more week so that egg will hatch out, the young one will come out. So invariably, if Shreya is applied, next week, if you apply the other biopesticide, we can get complete control from this one. This is the beauty of this one. And this mealybug is a universal problem, and it affects almost all the crops. It's very difficult to control that one, but this biopesticide can be used wherever these mealybugs are there because the principle is the same. And like this, we can use it. And I'm just going to conclude my talk. From this, my recommendation is this: the insectication techniques what we developed should be extensively validated, and the Beauveria bassiana what we have isolated from the soil should be coupled with the pheromone and its efficacy should be studied. Then the chiramone molecule which we isolate should be characterized, and we should have some biotechnological approach to silence these genes which are responsible for producing the chemo signal so that we can arrest this one. And these are our team members. And thank you very much. Till there, Dr. Veena, for me 1 more minute, but I stop. Over. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Before finishing, let's take up the questions. I think only one question is there. What is the major visual structural difference between male and female? This is from Dr. Murikesan, Principal Scientist, CTCRI.
This is male and female. If you look at that, we have to see under microscope. Otherwise, if familiar entomologists can distinguish male and female by seeing the antennae. Antennae one is club shape, as in the case of female. Other one is just like a just like a filiform it is, just like a filament like it is.
One more question is there, sir, from Dr. Kaushik Das. Can the biopesticide be supplied to Jabalguri, West Bengal?
That is through our ACRP will discuss about it.
Okay, that's actually one more is there. What is the safety of the biopesticide given the cyanide is in the source and the cost of applied to 1 hectare of cassava? That is from Madam Janlo.
This is a very good question. Cyanogen is actually the approved limit is 50 ppm. Our biopesticide has got less than that one only. It's only what you call it. It triggers the effect only. There is not much. Moreover, cyanogen is an approved molecule that is even used in the store products.
One more question, sir. This is from Dharmendra, ICAR-CTCRI Shimla. What is formulation used for biopesticide?
Formulation is an aqueous formulation. Emulsifying concentration we can use it, yeah, aqueous.
I think that's one. One more question is there. What is the chemical released by the plant which attracts the sweet potato beetle?
What this literature says about what farnese, beta farnese is, that must be the reason.
One more is it, maybe what is it? It can be used for sugarcane mealybug.
Certainly, any mealybug we can use it.
Maybe, sir, maybe little more you can expand because time is there. You can just.
No, because mealybug, I told you, the insecticide what are available in the market are unable to penetrate through the scaling, through the mealy substance. So our biopesticide Freya particularly has got the capacity to dissolve the mealy substance first and expose the younger stages, the larval stages. So once it is exposed, its further development will be hampered. Next, I told you about but eggs, the embryonic mortality will not be happen, so that by next week it will be hatched out. There you can, if you apply the NANMA at 8 ml per liter, absolutely we can control it. This is, we have done many places, we have done an extensive validation, we have done this one.
And another question is from Dr. Kaushik Das. What is the dose of application?
Dose of each insecticide against what? I tell you, anyhow, this is NANMA, if you are using it, usually it is 8 to 10 ml per liter enough. And in the case of banana, we are using this against borer pest. In fact, thousands and thousands of farmers are using this against Tudosum weevil. There, the dose is 50 ml per liter.
One more question, sir. Does it affect plants or potatoes?
Absolutely not, because potato already we have done it with CPRI and they published one paper also.
One more question.
This is what you call, this is it's a concoction of neem oil, surfactant, and a little bit of our bioactive principle isolated from cassava leaf.
One more, sir. Can you explain the mechanism of chiramone against the weevil as explained?
Mechanism of?
Chiramone against the weevil.
This chiramone is acting exactly like pheromone, sex pheromone, male attractant. That is the beauty of here. I visited many places. I discussed with the international scientists about this, and even they are not in a position to give a satisfactory answer for this. What is the reason behind it? Plant is producing a chemical, is analog to a chemical being produced by an insect.
And the last question is from Dr. Makesh Kumar of CTCRI. What are all the molecular approach for managing sweet potato weevil across the globe?
No molecular approach in the sense, as far as sweet potato control is concerned, we did not get a purely resistant variety so far. So first we have to find out, with purely resistant variety, if we have, means we have to find out what gene is responsible for that. Certainly, if that is linked with one gene, corresponding protein will be there. How best we can inhibit that one. So gene silencing is the best option, or even gene editing is the best option.
Okay, sir. I think, sir, thank you very much, sir, for your very informative talk. More you know about your enemy, it will be easy to destroy them. Thus, biology of stress becomes very important in developing innovative and eco-friendly measures to tackle the menace. Once again, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Veena. Thank you.
Then we will move on to the second speaker. It is Dr. M.L. Jiva. She's a principal scientist, plant pathology, division of crop protection.
To stop sharing.
Okay. Sorry, Dr. Jaiprakash, can you just stop sharing the screen?
Jaiprakash sir, please stop sharing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I think session. Yes. Okay. The second speaker is Dr. M.L. Jiva, Principal Science Plant Pathology, Division of Crop Protection, ICR Center Tuber Crops Research Institute, Srikaryam. Dr. Jiva joined ICAR-CTCRI in 1993 and has 27 years of experience in diagnosis and molecular pathology of diseases of tropical tuber crops and management of various diseases. Her work on etiology of viral disease in yam gained international acclaim. Dr. Jiva's team was instrumental in developing many eco-friendly strategies to mitigate fungal disease of cassava, yam, and arrows. She has more than 75 publications in peer-reviewed and high-impact journals and member of many professional societies. Dr. Jiva guided 6 PhD students and many MSc students of various universities. She is the recipient of many externally aided projects and visited Ghana and Colombia. With this brief introduction, may I invite Dr. M.L. Jiva to deliver the talk on potential strategies to mitigate emerging disease of tropical tuber crops. Dr. Jiva, please.
Good evening to all of you. Just a minute, I'm sharing the slide. It's opening there.
Madam, could you share the screen?
Yes, I'm sharing. It's opening now.
Okay,
it's
okay.
the same thing I'm using now.
Okay, okay.
Just a minute. So just a minute, I'm open. It's not open. Whether it has come?
No, madam, no.
It has not come. Cancel. 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 Sorry for the inconvenience. Whether the slideshow has come?
Yes, madam. Ma'am, please put it in full screen mode.
Okay. Okay,
Yeah,
respected
okay,
director, then speakers from outside India, and our delegates and other participants. Good evening to all of you. Then I will be presenting today the potential strategies to mitigate emerging diseases of tropical tuber
Madam, I
crops.
think you have used two systems there. One is you mute it.
Now is it clear?
Echo is coming. Another one more system is on in that room.
This is not there, sir. It is not there. Whether echo
Okay,
is there
continue.
now? Okay.
No.
It is not there now. Now, when we come to the climate change, that is due to the global warming, we faced increase in the temperature, then increased carbon dioxide level and also ozone level, then which caused the change in the precipitation. That is rainfall pattern is changed. And also we came across with drought in between also. Then when we talk about the disease, especially plant disease, it's a dynamic process. Actually, the disease, as you know, it's a common phenomena. The disease is developed when the pathogen is of high virulent and the host is of highly susceptible and the environment is very conducive. Among these three, this environment is very smart, which is affecting this host and also pathogen, host by affecting the plant growth and also the susceptibility to plant diseases. And the pathogen starting from the germination of the spores, then dispersal, reproduction, then survival. Again, host pathogen interaction also it affects, which leads to the new emerging also, re-emerging of the diseases. Coming to tropical tuber crops, this already Dr. Sheila have shown, it has a high, excellent diversity starting from cassava to arrowroot, which has substantial food supply to all the parts of the world, and with a high efficiency of production potential also and high energy potential. And coming to the tuber crops, they are vegetatively propagated, as you know, and also climate resilient. This vegetatively propagated, when we say, we can take it as a positive one and also maybe as a strength and also weakness. Strength means in other crops, when the economic part is above the ground level, we can say that if the occurrence of disease or pest or any stress in the later stage means the whole thing will be lost. But in the case of tropical tuber crops, if it is in the underground, that is below the soil, when it occurs or stress occurs in the later phase, we can get some economical portion and also we can get some yield. Farmers also get some income. Then my presentation, outline of my presentation is some of the emerging diseases and the effect of climate change on the tropical tuber crops and the potential management strategies, what we have developed and what is available, and the recommendation for future plan based on all these things. Then this cassava, coming to the diseases, this is the cassava mosaic. I'm dealing with only the important disease because if we list out, it will be many. Even cassava itself is affected by more than 30 diseases. When we talk about the cassava mosaic disease, it is a common one and it's a major one which is found in almost all the cassava growing areas in the world, which cause chlorotic specks first, and then it causes mosaic and also severe distortion. Till severe distortion it makes, so the photosynthetic area will be affected and naturally the yield will be affected and also starch accumulation. You can see the severity here that definitely the yield reduction will be there. This cassava mosaic disease is caused by more than 11 viruses. From different parts, it has been reported from India, Indian cassava mosaic virus and Sri Lanka cassava mosaic virus have been reported, and loss of yield loss of up to 88% when it is severe, And in the highly susceptible varieties, it is reported. Then influencing factors, climatic factors, when we take, it can, the climatic factors directly and also indirectly affect the disease. Because this whitefly Bemisia tabaci is the vector for this disease. And when the climate affects this vector population, the temperature is positively related to the vector population, plant growth and susceptibility. There's disease incidence actually, which is also affected, and the disease incidence reflects the fluctuations in whitefly populations mainly. Direct impact of this climatic factor is very less. And also age of the crop. When the age of the crop is more than 3 months, the susceptibility is reduced. So initial population, if our susceptibility or infection, if we can reduce, we can save the yield. Then next important one is cassava brown streak disease. Here the difference from cassava mosaic disease is we can see the necrosis or browning of the tubers. But in the case of CMD, it is not there. So this is more impact on the yield and also marketability of the tubers. And this is caused by parvovirus of 2 distinct strains, cassava brown streak virus and Uganda cassava brown streak virus. Up to 50% yield reduction is also reported for this disease from outside. Actually, this is present only in the East Africa and also the Central Africa. So this is a threat to all other major cassava growing areas in different countries. So we should be very cautious when transferring or exchanging the germplasm. Then till 2004, it was also thought as a lowland in the lowland cassava area was only it was there. Later it was spread to Central Africa also. Then regarding another disease, cassava bacterial blight, this is also an important one next to CMD, but this is caused by Xanthomonas axinopodis, Pathovar manihotis. This is mainly due to the rain splashing hours when the humidified debris along with the pathogen is there, this will be spreading. And the entrance of bacteria is through stomata. We can say due to this global warming, the CO2 is increased. When the CO2 is increased, we can say most of the stomata will be closed. So we can say expect the reduction in the disease also. In India also, it was reported in 1980s. Later on, there was no report on this because of the climate change. The climate change may reduce some of the disease also. But in other countries, it is still there. Regarding witch's broom, this is found in South America, Caribbean, Africa, and also South Pacific. And this is an emergent problem in South Asia, East Asia. This is reported in Taiwan recently. And so it is. This is also a threat to other major growing areas. Then this causes the symptoms like bunch shoots and also small yellow leaves. You can see the severity. We could not get much yield. The yield reduction will be more. 34% is very less. If the susceptibility is high, the yield loss will be more. The phytoplasma again transmitted through cuttings, and secondary spread is through plant and leaf hoppers. And regarding cassava tuber rot, this is photograph is from India only. We found the specialty is we could not find the disease on the upper surface of the the foliage. Only during harvest only we will come to know that the plant is affected because it is the upper portion is fully healthy. So it starts with the small water stock lesions, and finally, when the conducive condition, mainly this disease is, depends on the rainfall and also the poor soil drainage. So the disease will increase and completely damage the tubers. The farmer won't get anything and he has to throw out the whole slat. You can see the different stages. The fungus is Phytophthora, which is a water-loving plant. It is survived in the soil. You can see in air-dry soil, when the precipitation is not there, it will be up to 6 weeks. And when the moist soil, when the soil is with moist and water, it will be up to 30 weeks. Rainfall is the most important factor favoring this disease infection, and heavy soil, which you can see without percolation of the poor drainage facilities, this will affect the this will increase the disease. And also lack of organic matter content. Soil conditions is also one of the factor of climate change. Lack of organic matter content, which narrow the CN ratio, which will reduce the biocontrol organisms, which also increase the pathogen development. Then regarding cassava anthracnose, it is also severe disease when the rainfall mean temperature, relative humidity, and dew point variation is high. And this has been reported from other countries also. In India also recently, we found mainly for the breeders, when this is affected, the upper portion, tip dieback will be there. So they could not get any seeds after breeding. You can see the cankers also and the fruits also affected. So this will cause finally the wilting of the plants. Rainfall plays a major role on that. Then regarding the root rot of cassava is also the highly damageable one. This is reported from other countries, mainly in Cameroon. They reported many pathogens, Colitotrichum, Fusarium, Phaseolopsis, Geotrichum. Then again, Trichoderma, Botryopoda, everything they have reported from root rot complex. This is not because of the single pathogen, because of the complex this is caused. Then again, another researcher, they also reported Pythium, Fusarium, Lasiodiplodia, and also Botryliplodia, which is associated with root rot. In India, in 2019, especially in Kerala, we have seen some of the plants showing wilting like this, which is associated with the rotting of the tubers. So this starts in different stages. When the sets are planted, you can see the pustules also here. The collar region is affected. Decaying of sets initially after planting, along with the collar region before rooting. Before rooting, it will be decayed, means nothing will be there. We have to replant it. Then again, 2 to 3 months afterwards, the plant shows yellowing and drooping of the whole leaves, and stem, then tuber rotting will occur. Then if it infects after 6 months, the stems will be decayed in the collar region and rotting of the tubers will be there. The farmers revealed about 40 to 80% of the disease incidence in cassava. This is mainly in the case of wetland field. In the upland, dryland, it is not there. Then regarding another important, in another new disease we found, apart from this common cassava brown leaf spot, this is the Cercospora henningsii, caused by Cercospora henningsii. We found some of the, in some humid, cool, hilly areas, when the rainfall was high and the humidity was high. During the high rainfall, we found like this spots like this, dark brown leaf spots, which is spread, and drying of the leaves will occur, and defoliated. All the leaves will be defoliated. Then finally it shows the wilting appearance. We thought initially whether it will be bacterial blight, like irregular spots, no? So surrounded by yellowing. So then we found so much pycnidium, and we doubt that it is Homa. It should be confirmed. This is the emerged one. Till now, this is newly emerging in the cool climate. This is another symptom we found. I think most of you, tuber crop disease pathologists might know that frog skin disease is there outside, but we are here also in Kerala, we found that same symptom, but we are in confusion with nutrient deficiency also, boron deficiency also causing this type of splitting. So this nutrient deficiency and disease occurrence, disease incidence is disease symptoms also confused one. So this should be taken care of now, whether it is due to nutrition deficiency or some other etiologies, because frog skin etiology not yet been confirmed yet. This is regarding the sweet potato disease. Sweet potato is also infected by more than 35 diseases, and virus itself, all the different viruses are there. Dr. John Lu was telling that sweet potato virus disease is a complex of 2 viruses, that is sweet potato chlorotic stent virus, which is transmitted by whitefly, and another one is sweet potato feathery mottle virus transmitted by aphid, and which causes the plant stunting and narrowing chlorosis, and which affects the yield very much. 80 to 90% yield reduction is there, and this may be the indirect effect of these climatic factors on the vectors, and also direct effect on the plant, disease also. Up at 20 to 29 degrees centigrade, this will be severe. There's about a report from outside India that is 20 to 29 degrees centigrade. This will be high. This is not available in India. Then so this will be help for possible elimination by reasonably increasing the temperature when sweet potato is seed is produced in controlled environment. This is again yam anthracnose. This is from great tree yam. Actually, this starts as leaf spots, then yellowing and drying of the defoliation will be there. Finally, we can see the complete wilting appearance, dieback will be there. This is purely depend on the rainfall pattern. This is a study from our institute for the past 10 years we have studied. I have given the data from 2015. In the normal rainfall, normal rainfall, the disease will occur after the high rainfall following the moderate temperature. This is also normal rainfall, but when there is a less rainfall, it will start a little bit delayed. And when the rainfall starts and moderate temperature, again it shoots up. You can see in 2008, you might have known that there was a heavy flood in Kerala, which affects the, shoots up the disease in August itself. You can see in July itself, it starts, and August, it shoots up and continues. So rainfall plays a major role with moderate temperature. This yam anthracnose is affected. Then regarding taro leaf blight, it is caused by Phytophthora, which is a water-loving fungus. The disease cycle is purely, it is dependent upon the rainfall, humidity, and also temperature and host genotype. We can see when the rain and the dew is available, the complete destruction of the leaves will occur within 8 days. The fast spread one, very difficult to manage through chemicals or everything. So some very good management practices we have to develop. This is the absence of rain and dew. We can see if there is no rain and dew, that will be restricted and disease will not be there. This is regarding elephant foot yam, collar rot. This is mainly depend on the soil moisture and also the rainfall. This will cause the collar region, rotting of the collar region, and finally when it is severe, complete lodging will be there. This is also carried through the tuber. In the case of tuber crops, the planting material carrying pathogen is very high. This is regarding post-harvest rot in the elephant foot yam. This also, for the past 5 years, we are observing that rotting of the elephant foot yam in storage, which is carried from the field, and also storage also it is there. More than 9 different types of symptoms we observed. And we found, Dr. Veena was working in that. It is a new genera. Where they have found Goletotrichum, Ceratobasidium, and Penicillium. All 4 new genera and species were identified. From this should be managed effectively by tuber treatment. This is again elephant foot yam virus. This is the emerging one, and day by day and year by year, this is increasing. This was identified as Dachine mosaic virus, and some of the work on diagnosis and management is also going on. This is again regarding the taro virus, we found a Dachine mosaic virus and also taro bacilliform virus, which is present in this. Some more virus may be there, it should be seen. Then regarding the yams, we found for different types of symptoms we can see, but in the case of farmers field, it is less only. But earlier, because of the germplasm exchange and all, it is there. So we found mild mosaic virus, yam mosaic virus, yam Bartna virus, macro that could be, we have to taken care of before taken into farmers field. This is again an important disease which is emerging now because of the climate change or maybe rainfall and drying also. Stem rot in elephant foot yam, which shows yellowing of the leaves and also drying. Then regarding the potential strategies, when we talk by taking care of all these spread, survival, and also disease development, as usual, like other diseases, field sanitation is very important. That we are advising for most of the diseases to avoid the disease from previous season and also alternate host. Then agronomic practices also to control irrigation, mulching, then use of resistant and disease-free materials, planting material treatment for avoiding the tuber-borne one, and soil treatment with amendments and also nutrients to enhance the microbial communities, which can induce the disease, induce the resistance and also suppress the pathogen. Then foliar application to mitigate the pathogen when it is airborne and it spread in the field. Then biotechnological tools for sustainable management. Coming to cassava mosaic disease, we could manage this with resistant varieties. Dr. Sheila was explaining. Then virus-free meristem cultured plants we have developed. Then strict sanitary practices also we are following. Then nursery method, vector control. Then CMD resistant transgenic cassava also underway. It is already developed. You can see this already Dr. Sheila has shown. This is a dream for our institute for the past 50 years. We could develop the CMD resistance varieties. This is again nursery technique. Nursery we will be planting with 2 nodes and the infected one will be discarded. Then regarding the tuber rot, it is a water loving and also when the hot pan is there, so management we have included this deep ploughing, which will improve the soil drainage and also soil water percolation, and planting in the ridges, which could avoid the plants to touch the, due to water, it will not be affected. Then we found some of the trichoderma is very effective. So by deep ploughing and ridge planting, then application of trichoderma, we could manage successfully this tuber rot in the mainly, especially in the Tamil Nadu area of India. Regarding taro leaf blight, again resistant varieties, IDM, using chemicals, everything. Then this is the resistant variety Muktakeshi, which was developed. Then effect of organic amendment by using vermiwash and vermicompost. That's using this vermiwash, vermicompost, we could reduce the disease incidence by 45% and yield increase 75%. This is regarding the resistance to yam anthracnose. For the past 10 years, these 2 varieties is developed by CTCRI showed resistance. This Sri Karti, only little infection is there, but Sri Kartika is highly resistant to this disease. This is the management practice we are following. Tuber treatment with trichoderma along with cow dung, then soil treatment, spraying. Then recently we are following, isolating endophytes from medicinal plants and also tropical tuber crops. And we are screening it for different diseases, for whatever it is Phytophthora or Colitotrichum, we are screening. And efficient one will be validated under pot trial and also field trial. Now field trial is going on. Then regarding post-harvest rot also, while storaging, after harvesting from the field, before storaging, try to follow some of the treatments which will be effective in reducing the pathogens in the storage. We found that mancozeb carbendazim combination and also this one of the cassava biopesticide is very effective in reducing the incidents in the storage. While planting, you can see we could get some of the good tubers for planting. This is management of collar rot, again taking care of the soil pathogen and also the tuber-borne pathogen, use of disease-free planting material, then removal of infected one, and combination of bioagents and so chemicals, we could successfully manage the collar rot. Then biotechnological approaches, we know with the starting of the management is, we should accept that it is based on the diagnosis. So we developed many diagnostic tools for all the virus diseases and fungal pathogens from plants and also planting material and also soil. We developed some of the methods, serological methods like ELISA, DIBA, and DIBA. Then nucleic acid based techniques, NASH, nucleic acid spot hybridization, rolling circle amplification, LAMP based technique, which is an easy method. Then next generation sequencing also we have done. This is some of them I will show. This is recently developed against Sri Lanka cassava mosaic virus. This is a LAMP for rapid detection of Sri Lanka cassava mosaic virus without DNA extraction. We can, with visualization of LAMP products could be done by some of the dyes, and in gel electrophoresis also it can be done. This is the validation of the LAMP technique. By using the dyes, we can see the infected one which is causing the big orange to yellow color, and the positive one will be, negative will be in the orange to yellow color and positive will be in the pink color. We can, this is an easy method without a PCR and also much procedures. This is again a rolling circle amplification of sweet potato leaf curl virus, which is also standardized for detecting sweet potato leaf curl virus. This is again Dachine mosaic virus. Here they have developed on dipstick assay, which is an easy method, easy and also early diagnosis. We have developed one of the dipstick assay. Dr. Makesh Kumar is doing all the virological diagnostic works. Here, based on this, we developed the lateral flow device also, which is ready to check type. This is based on the gold IgG conjugate and also DSME IgG. This is again tissue culture, development of disease-free planting material. It has been standardized from lateral bud of comb bud. Then friable callus will be developed. From microshoots, we could get a lot of plants in a single tube or jam bottle, and which will be further hardened and used. This is regarding yam. We have standardized already the disease-free planting material production through meristem culture, also nodal culture, also by using some of the viricide and also some of the hot water treatments. You can see the multiplication of virus-free greater yam from the tubes. You can develop, we have developed in the glasses and also further to the field. It is very successful. Then regarding the management, some of the initiatives are there.
Dr. Jiva,
yes.
Kindly stick on to the time,
Okay,
please.
okay. This is RNAi-based, Sri Lankan RNA-based management here. And this is in the, that is Indian Swiss, the cassava biotech network project has been done. RNA construct has been developed from this two Sri Lankan cassava mosaic virus. And it is, the construct is developed and introduced into the Nicotiana. It was successful. This is RNAi-based resistant development for Sri Lankan cassava mosaic virus. Again, this is a new initiative of genome editing using the CRISPR-Cas. From replicase gene, they have introduced into the CRISPR-Cas expression cassette for agrobacteria-mediated transmission. This will be transformed to the cassava for further, and already the construct is ready now. This is regarding the RNAi-based resistance in elephant foot yam. The RNA construct based on CP and also RNA fragment, it is introduced into the Nicotiana. Then again, cassava, it will be introduced, and for the transgenic will be developed. The transgenic Nicotiana is showing resistance. Then regarding the recommendations, we can say already we are doing whatever possible way by taking into the account of this climatic factors and also the pathosystems also.
Dr. Jiva,
but
please.
again, it is there. So monitoring of new disease into context to climate change and quarantine is needed by utilizing smart tool. Already Dr. Imran.
Dr. Jiva, please,
yes.
please.
It's okay, okay, I'll be. Already it is explained about the drone technology and also some of the artificial intelligence we have to use. Then disease-free planting material production is very important that we have to follow along with the EC and early diagnostic tools. Then studies on the all biology, etiology is also important for new emerging diseases. Then development of refinement and also refinement of sustainable and novel strategies, including resistance should be given major importance along with the induction of resistance to chemicals or some other means. Then transgenics through RNA and genome editing. Then development of decision supporting system is also very important to advise the farmers. Then disappearing the suppression of the pathogenesis and induction is also very important. This is, I have shown the distribution. So we should be very careful in the in context to quarantine to avoid the disease from other countries. This is our group pathologist group at CTCRI, Dr. Veena, who is working on aeroid diseases, Dr. Makesh Kumar on biotechnology aspect and diagnosis, and Dr. Aruchelvan, with the good support of students and also technical support and also other officers, we are doing a very good work. And to conclude, I'll tell that since it is a vegetatively propagated crops, tropical tuber crops, it's a challenge to control the diseases in context to climate change. So we should follow whatever recommendations and new ideas should be taken care of. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Sorry for a little bit delay. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jiva, for the excellent presentation. You have given so much information in a very short time. So we will take some few questions. One of the questions: whether exotic nesting whiteflies reported on cassava?
Next thing is that only that mealy recently cassava mealy bug is reported. That whitefly is not reported, I think. What I couldn't follow, that is ordinary Bemisia tabaci or
that was reported in whitefly in plantation crops, not in cassava.
Oh.
Next question is from Dr. Sheba Rebecca, Professor, Kerala Agricultural University. What could be the reason for hard tubers, no cracking of flint?
What is it? Cracking of?
What could be the reason for hard tubers, no cracking of flint?
Mainly because of some physiological reasons only. Physiological reasons or nutrient deficiencies or soil factors. We have not observed any pathogen in that. Because that's what I was telling, though, that this nutritional deficiencies and also other physiological factors, really it's a confused one. After testing only we can say, because so many people, they'll send the photos and ask for what is the symptom like that. So proper testing is needed to say whether it is a disease or some other factors.
Another question is from Dr. Joseph. 1 second. 1 second, 1 second. Any phytoplasma diseases reported from elephant foot yam?
Phytoplasma, yes, there is a new one report is there, but we have not found any of the samples till now. That we have to investigate. Like phytoplasma, some reports we have seen, but we have not come across with the phytoplasma any of our samples that we are doing now, that we are attempting now.
Another question is from Madam Janlo. If a disease or pest of root or tuber crop is developed using CRISPR-Cas9, can it be released in India, and are the regulatory procedures different from those of GMOs?
Somebody is telling it is different from GMO, and somebody is partly, they are telling it is GM. Dr. Makesh Kumar can explain.
Yeah, we are yet to come out with the regulatory mechanism. As of now, it is not GM because it's only introduction, and then when you develop a mutant line, identify the things, and then it is, as of now, CRISPR-Cas is not coming under the GM regulatory mechanism.
Another question is from Joy Adil. Potassium fertilizer application helps to control pest and disease infestation on crops. Have you tried using such treatments to control the disease or pest?
That actually, because of limited time, I missed that one. We have conducted a trial on different nutrients. We found that potassium is somewhat effective, but cassava mosaic disease only we have tried, but not up to the mark that we have to standardize now. Potassium and some of the micronutrients are having a good effect on reducing the symptoms.
Next, what is the control measure of cassava mosaic virus? Is that effective control involved?
Effective control is at present, it is only, already I explained, cassava mosaic resistant varieties are there, and disease-free planting material is the only way. Because if it is the primary spread, means the yield loss will be more. If it is infected after 3 months, there will not be much significant loss in cassava, we feel.
I think all other questions we can answer through emails, because there are a lot of questions I'm seeing it. Maybe all other questions we can answer. So thank you very much, Dr. Jeeva, for giving a very clear picture about the major as well as about emerging diseases of tropical tuber crops and role of climatic factors and other abiotic factors on the severity of the disease. And also, she has also briefly explained the various plant health management practices which are being practiced to mitigate the loss.
Thank you very much for the organizers and also other speakers for the very nice presentations, especially the moderators who have given a nice words to all of us.
And to conclude, accurate monitoring and assessment of plant health is highly important. Indeed, pests are often impossible to eradicate once they establish themselves. Tackling numerous and highly dynamic biotic threats requires development of a wide range of tools for prevention, monitoring, control, and management of pests and diseases, along with risk management strategies. Early detection and the diagnosis of plant diseases are most important. When it comes to management, integrated approach is required, and this includes seeking alternatives to controversial pesticides. So once again, I thank both the speakers for their excellent presentation. I thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity, and all the participants for their patient listening. Dr. Murray.
Yeah, thank you, madam. Thank you, speakers, and thank you, moderators. Now, with this, we come to an end of our today's sessions. So I would like to request Dr. Jagannathan, scientist and convener of today's webinar, to propose a vote of thanks. Sir, please.
Dr. Jagannathan, yes, 1 minute. Can you request all the participants to switch on their video so that we can take some snaps for the photograph?
Yes, that is very good idea, sir. Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Okay.
Participants, please switch on your videos. So
all of you, please enable your video so that we can take some More, can you take the snaps?
Yeah. All the participants, we are requesting you to enable your video.
So all the screens you take shots.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Respected dignitaries, eminent speakers, scientists, researchers, students, ladies and gentlemen, hearty and warm greetings to all of you. We are very happy that we have come to an end after listening to 8 renowned presentations on different sessions on the international webinar. I am Dr. D. Jagannathan, scientist at ICAR-CTCRI and also the convener of the international webinar, feeling honored and privileged to propose the vote of thanks on the occasion of the international webinar. At the outset, I profusely express our deep sense of gratitude and sincere thanks to Dr. A.K. Singh, Deputy Director General, Horticulture Science, Indian Council of Agricultural Research, New Delhi, for inaugurating this webinar with his motivating and sparkling thoughts. Particularly, he has emphasized the importance of doubling farmers' income, conservation of natural resources, and sustainability in view of climate change. Respected sir, as per your suggestions, we are confident that all the researchers around the globe have taken note of the important deliberations and recommendations for formulating future research programs for tackling the climate change related issues in horticulture in general and tropical tuber crops in particular. We are gratefully indebted to Dr. Vikramaditya Pandey, Assistant Director General, Horticulture Science, ICAR New Delhi, for his able guidance, enthusiastic support, and active involvement in the webinar. Interesting and thought-provoking ideas during his special address give us energy and confidence to move ahead in the area of research on climate change. Our sincere gratitude and heartfelt thanks to our beloved and dynamic director, Dr. V. Ravi, ICAR-CTCRI Thiruvananthapuram, for his valuable advice, keen interest, constructive suggestions, and timely help for the webinar. We express our deep sense of gratitude and heartfelt thanks to all our eminent and renowned speakers, namely Dr. John Lowe, Principal Scientist and Program Leader of Sweet Potato in Africa, representing International Potato Center, SIP, Nairobi, Kenya, Dr. Asrat Asfa, Leader of the Yam Breeding Program, International Institute of Tropical Agriculture, Nigeria, Dr. Al Imran Malik, Cassava Production System Specialist, Asia Regional Office, Alliance International Center for Tropical Agriculture, VNTN Center, Lavopedia, Dr. Joy G. Adiel, Systems Agronomist, National Root Crops Research Institute, Nigeria, Dr. Arthur Willowdon, Professor, Sweet Potato Research Station, Louisiana State University, USA. We were lucky to have speakers from our own institute, ICAR-CTCRI, Thiruvananthapuram, Kerala, Dr. M.N. Sheila, Principal Scientist and Head, Division of Crop Improvement, Dr. C.A. Jayaprakash, Principal Scientist and Head, Division of Crop Protection, Dr. M.L. Jiva, Principal Scientist, Division of Crop Protection. We are extremely grateful to all the 8 distinguished speakers for putting up wonderful presentations and making this webinar very interesting and fruitful one. I am highly grateful to Dr. G. Baiju, Principal Scientist and Convener of this prestigious international webinar, for his friendly approach, kindness, encouragement, and unflinching support for the webinar from the planning stage to this wonderful moment. I am extremely thankful to my friend, Dr. Sanket J. More, Scientist and Organizing Secretary of this international webinar, for his vision, untiring efforts, commitment, and execution of the webinar with resounding success. We have been fortunate to have dynamic moderators for the technical sessions, Dr. G. Suja, Dr. A. Asadevi, Dr. S.S. Veena, principal scientists from ICAR-CTCRI, who have conducted the sessions very lively and also recorded the proceedings of the event for our future programs. Sincere thanks to all of them for their active participation. I gratefully acknowledge the help rendered by the rapporteurs, Dr. A.V.V. Kaundinya, Dr. J. Suresh Kumar, Dr. B.G. Sangeeta, for recording the discussions, questions and answers during the event. Our special and heartfelt thanks to Mr. A. Madhu, Assistant Chief Technical Officer, ICAR-CTCRI, and host of this prestigious webinar, for his enormous support and fabulous arrangements for the event, who was ably supported by Mr. Srinath Vijay and Mrs. Vidya of our institute. A very big applause to all of them for the excellent job. We are grateful to Dr. V.S. Santosh Mitra, Principal Scientist, ICAR-CTCRI, for the timely and superb arrangements for the Facebook Live program. Wholeheartedly, I must thank all our heads of divisions at headquarters, Head Regional Center Bhubaneswar, scientists and staff members of ICAR-CTCRI for their guidance, encouragement, and continued support for the event. Many good hearts who work behind the screen for the webinar are Dr. P.S. Sivakumar, Dr. H. Kesavakumar, Dr. P. Prakash, Mr. Rajit Kishore, Mr. D.T. Regin, Mr. Jitu, and also Dr. M. Devigan, Senior Specialist in Crop Modeling from Iri, Odisha. We sincerely thank all of them for their timely help and generous support. I wish to place on record the enthusiasm and active involvement of wide spectrum of 300 plus participants, namely scientists, researchers, faculty members, academicians, policymakers, students, and other stakeholders from different parts of the globe. We are highly overwhelmed with all your commitment, discipline, and active participation for the success of the webinar. I also wish to express my gratitude to Zoom app, press, media, ICAR Directorate of Knowledge Management in Agriculture, social media platforms like Facebook, WhatsApp, and Twitter for giving splendid and wide coverage of the event. Big hearty thanks to all the people who helped us either directly or indirectly to make the webinar a memorable and exceptional one. Above all, I wish to place on record my deep sense of gratitude and fervent indebtedness to the Almighty for the bountiful blessings for the webinar. Finally, I would like to end my speech with a famous quote by our father of nation, the great Mahatma. He said, "Nature and man are interdependent. Protection of the environment will be in the interest of man himself." So the problem of climate change can very well be addressed by conserving the natural resources. So let us all be healthy and help the humanity through innovations. A very big thanks to all of you from ICAR-CTCRI family. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Excellent. So, being an organizer secretary, I take this opportunity. Though Mr. Jagannathan, Dr. Jagannathan has included everyone in his word of thanks, but being a secretary, it's my duty to thank my HPTTC organizing team. I owe them a lot. It wouldn't have been possible without them, especially Dr. Baiju and Dr. Jagannathan for sparing their valuable time and providing valuable inputs to make this program a grand successful. I was really nervous because for me it's first time and on this very big platform we are having such wonderful program, and so with everyone's hard work and teamwork we could make this happen in a very wonderful way, very smoothly. So I'm also grateful to Almighty that he made this happen. At the last but not least, our respected DDG, ADG, our director, our eminent speakers, and our participants who wholeheartedly supported this program. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. Speaker view कर, speaker view कर. Okay, yaar, what the fuck?
Dr. More, as Madhu sir told, the organizing committee can take a snap.
Yes. Sir, my
including our
voice,
respected director, sir.
could you listen my voice, sir? Actually.
Yeah. We are able to hear that.
Okay,
So,
okay.
So all organizers and speakers, if they wish, just 1 or 2 seconds.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. Now we'll wind up the sessions here. Thank you so much. Yeah.
സംഗീത കുറച്ച് ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻസ് ഒക്കെ നോട്ട് ചെയ്തിട്ടുണ്ടാടാ. ഞാൻ എന്താ പറയാ കുറച്ചൊക്കെ ഫോട്ടോ എടുത്ത് ചോദിച്ചു കുറെ എണ്ണൊക്കെ ഞാനേ കുറെ ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻസ് ഞാനേ
snapshots.
No, you have to take Dr. Jagan.
Oh, that Dr. More. Yeah, he is taking, sir.
Full close.
Okay, shall I end the meeting?
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.